Okay, we can start it. Okay, hello, everyone. Thank you for, sorry. Thank you for joining our workshop. This is the first workshop on neural field and robotics. And so me and Nick are going to start with some intro, and then we have an amazing line of speakers today, and some really great spotlight as well as poster sessions for you to be engaged throughout the day. So I'm going to just start with a very brief intro of the field in general, as well as some of the one really cool reason why you should sort of study neural field and robotics. And then I'm pretty sure you're going to see much more examples like this throughout the day. So what are neural fields or nerves? Nerves can transform sort of these 2D-like pictures into 3D scenes. And they are really great at capturing sort of these 3D scenes. So here you see sort of one example of nerves. You start off with a bunch of photos. Actually, this is not playing, so I'll just move to this. You start off with a bunch of photos, and you create sort of this 3D scene. This is from our ICCV 2023 paper, Neo 360. And you can do all sorts of cool things with these nerve-like models. You can even distill 2D information into 3D. You can sort of recognize roads and other scenes in 3D for the autonomous agent to do really, really cool stuff in these 3D-like models. You can also do a lot of visual effects with NeRF-like models. So you can, here is basically a commercial application. A lot of apps have been built on these. They have been used for commercial applications. You can do stop motion and other things like that. Then you can also basically use language-guided 3D curing in nerves. Here is another ICCV 2023 paper, which basically uses NeRF to do language-guided 2D, 3D curing. For some reason, the video is not playing, but you can like do a text as an input, and it kind of recognizes all of these 3D like object models inside a NeRF. I guess there's a problem with some of the videos in this slide. But the major, I guess, focus of this topic today is robotics. And here is sort of one overview of all of the different spaces in robotics. So you can do it for like object pose estimation, manipulation, RL, SLAM, navigation, physics, as well as reconstruction of objects. And over the last couple of years or so, we have seen a plethora of these works. There's like a GitHub post that we developed that has reached almost like 150 plus papers as well. I quickly want to give you one example of what you'll see sort of throughout the day, and then I'll hand it over to Nick for organization. So just one example of how we were doing 3D back then, back in 2010. So here's one example of a TSDF for robotics grasping. We were using TSDF as 3D representation for robotics grasping. And essentially what this network does is it uses very good old engineering, RGBD, builds a TSDF map, which is kind of slightly memory intensive. It builds this 40 cube voxel grid, attaches a neural network on top of it to do like robotics grasping. As you can see, TSDF is one of the major 3D representations it uses to detect sort of these grasp poses, but it can get really, really memory intensive in a lot of these scenarios. So one really cool application of nerves is they are, we were finding sort of this representation, which is easy to optimize and has a smaller memory footprint. So that's where nerve come into the picture. So you can represent like these very complex scenes using an implicit function, which is a neural network right here, which is a very, very small sort of memory footprint. And here an example. So finally, I have one GIF that is playing, but here is an example of grasping based pipeline that is being used in this F3RM paper. You scan a scene and then you train and distill 3D features into NeRF to do all sorts of this robotics grasping. So I'm sure you can see a lot of examples like this throughout the day in Spotlight, posters, and talk. And finally, you can also create this NeRFs using like 2D data sets, which is also another cool application of these nerfs. I'll hand it over to Nick to describe some of the logistics of the workshop, and then we can get started.
Yeah, thank you, Zubair, for the intro. A quick overview of our program today. Our first speaker will be Jeannette from Stanford. Then we have Yen-Chen from Nvidia, then a small coffee break. Afterwards, Xiaolong from UC San Diego and Yannik from Wayve will give their talks, follow up by a panel discussion of these people. And then just before lunch, we will have the spotlight talks of our accepted papers. Then we will head all over to the lunch break. Hopefully we'll find some boxes. Then in the afternoon, we will have the poster session. So we decided to move the posters outside so we have enough space for everyone to like walk around, because inside this room will be pretty cramped. And we also got a note from the organizers that still, if there's no space left, please don't put up any posters to walls or whatsoever as done on the first workshop day for other workshops, since yeah, it's basically not allowed and we have to pay for the damage to the walls. Then after our poster session, Adrien will give a talk, followed by the coffee break, and then Angela and Ahmed will present their works, and we will wrap up the day with a panel discussion of these people and then have some closing remarks. In terms of our submissions, we are glad that we have 21 accepted papers, from which we selected 9 for spotlight talks, and we had 15 awesome reviewers helping us with the review process. So if you're here today, thank you very much for your help in the review. And as Zubair already mentioned, like neurofields have a wide range of applications, and we're also glad to see that like we did not only receive manipulation papers, but also like papers about SLAM and driving and motion playing, etc. And as said, please don't put any posters up on the wall. With that, I want to thank all of the other organizers here, Jonathan and Shreyas and Zsolt and Abhinav. And this workshop is also supported by the TC of Robot Learning. And with that, I'll hope you have a wonderful day. And if you need any further information, should be all up the website with this QR code. And I guess Zubair will choose our first speaker now.
Cool, thanks, Nick. So let's welcome our first speaker for today. So Jeannette Bohg. Jeannette is a professor of robotics at Stanford University. She's also directing the Interactive Precision and Robotics Lab and has served as a group leader at the Autonomous Motion Department, AMD, of the MPI for Intelligent Systems as well. Her research spans works at the intersection of robotics, machine learning, and computer vision. And her lab has done a lot of cool work in robotics grasping and manipulation. So with this, let's welcome Jeannette to the stage for her talk.
I guess I'm going to share my screen, right? Yeah. Second. Right. And I don't unmute my laptop, right? Like this. Okay, perfect. Let me see. Just gonna get rid of these guys. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for the intro. And thank you for inviting me to give a presentation at this workshop. So today I thought I'm going to show you some older work and some new work that isn't even submitted yet anywhere on how we use NeRFs in our lab. Sorry, I touched the HDMI cable. All right, I hope this works now, sorry. Okay, so we've been thinking a lot about how we can use this great representation that was developed through the neural radiance field in manipulation, actually. And the reason why this was the immediate thought that I had when I looked at these images is because, well, there is like appearance and depth represented in this implicit representation. And these are exactly the components that would be so useful to have to represent objects that can then be manipulated in a closed loop. And so, so for example, the depth here, that of course represents shape, which is extremely important, especially for manipulation that is more complex than just pick and place. Okay, now I'm on the other side for the first time. Like I saw so many speakers struggling with the setup. Okay, maybe we can do that. Maybe let me try. Oh. I think actually my computer just crashed. So that's, sorry for that.
Yeah, it's available here, so
Everything is kind of broken right now. Let's see. What's the problem? That never happened. Do you know the passcode for the meeting? The Zoom meeting? No. Okay. Yeah, it was us. Let me try it again. Hey, I got it. I got it. Okay. Oh, I see now. Can I try again with sharing my screen? Is that okay? Thank you. I think now you're connected. I plugged it in. Yeah. I am exact. No, I prefer the HDMI. Okay, perfect. All right. And I think I'm sharing it on Zoom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for this. Somehow my laptop just decided to crash. Okay, anyway, so the question is like, how do we take this representation and make it useful for grasping? There's shape in the form of depth, but there's also appearance, which is nice for semantic understanding, but also for if you want to do closed loop. Okay, let's try that then if you switch. Okay, let's try this. And there is appearance information that you could potentially use for closed loop tracking as well. Okay. Okay, so today, if I'm gonna get through it after 10 minutes, all those technical issues, I hope I'm gonna be able to cover these two works. So the first thing we did was actually not a manipulation work. It was actually using a quadcopter to fly through a NeRF without crashing, while the quadcopter was only equipped with an RGB camera. But currently, we are working hard on actually using this NeRF for manipulation, which will hopefully be submitted to Coral. And I thought I'm going to give you a little bit of a teaser of what we're doing there and how this looks like. Okay, so let's first talk about this. And the reason why we started with a project on navigation is because I'm potentially biased, but I think navigation and avoiding contact is like much easier than to do manipulation, which requires deliberate contact. And so the first idea we had was to use the NeRF to see if the density representation actually contains information that allows the quadcopter to avoid collision with the environment. So, okay, so we considered a problem in this work of how a robot can navigate some environment without colliding with anything. And therefore, when planning a path through this environment, you need a way to evaluate whether certain robot positions are in collision or not. And obviously, there has been a lot of work and many representations of this geometry have been explored in the past. So people have used mesh models, point clouds, voxels. And recent work, though, like the neural radiance field, suggests really promise in representing 3D environments as neural networks. I'm going to guess that I actually don't have to explain NeRFs in this room. Or maybe, Zubair, you've already done it, right? So essentially, you query this NeRF at a particular 3D position, and you get a density and a color out, just like the video that I had at the very beginning. And then you can use that to actually query along this camera array to such that an image can be rendered in a fully differentiable manner. So this is kind of how this looks like, where, of course, basically the radius of the points represents the density at this particular 3D point, and the color represents the color along this particular point. And again, as I already said, we can use that to actually render pixels that are a projection of this ray, and this whole thing is done in a fully differentiable manner. So there's like a lot of work on how to make this better, faster, or use Gaussian splatting now, whatever. But what I want to discuss here today is actually how this can be used in robotics. Okay. And so in this particular work, we started looking at a navigation task where we leveraged the NeRF environment representation to both plan a trajectory and localize the robot using a monocular camera only. And one of the reasons why NeRF is so attractive over meshes and point clouds and all of these things is because you can take a really cheap, really lightweight camera only and put it on a quadcopter that, of course, has restrictions on how much weight it can actually carry around and how much battery power it needs and all of this. Okay, so you all know how this NeRF stuff works, I assume. And so let's move on to how we actually do trajectory planning with this. Okay, so here we have our trajectory optimization problem graphically shown. So we want to optimize the 60 pose of a quadcopter in space so that it doesn't collide. So the 60 pose here is represented by these coordinate systems. And we use X to represent the state of this robot, and U is basically the control command that we send to the robot, which is the variable that we want to optimize. And here you see basically the loss that we're going to optimize to, or the cost function, if you want. Sorry, loss is a very ML term. This loss basically captures the collision. So obviously we want to keep that. We want to avoid any collision, and we also want to reduce the control effort that the robot has to go through. And so if we expand that last term, it's basically a sum over all the U's, like some magnitude over the U's, the control commands, basically. Okay, so let's take the control effort and basically write it as a sum, like at the last line. And what we actually care about is now the collision cost, right? So we want to evaluate for a particular pose of this robot, does this potentially result in a collision given our NeRF? And this cost is, of course, completely differentiable because we have a NeRF in the background to actually evaluate that. And here's another thing that we have to do. We actually have to weight that with the velocity that the robot is doing this. Otherwise, if we don't do that, the robot is basically going really quickly through collisions, right, which we want to avoid. Bless you. Whoever that was. You? No. Okay. All right. So this is our loss function that we are optimizing. And now let me show you a toy example of how this looks like in 2D, right? Like with a toy quadcopter that is represented by these green rectangles. So this is like one rectangle per time step. And then basically in this rectangle, there are points that represent the volume or here the area in this toy example of the quadcopter. And we evaluate at each of these points the density. Okay. So basically, that's what we do to calculate this collision loss at each time step to discourage this intersection with the NeRF environment where black here is basically stuff that we want to avoid. And additionally, we assume that our robot system is differentiably flat. So we can calculate the control actions and penalize control effort. So this toy example animation shows how standard additive gradient descent can minimize this loss, producing a dynamically feasible trajectory that avoids collisions as well, given this NeRF representation. Okay, so in a more realistic scene, so the Stonehenge, this method requires some initialization to optimize from. And we found that actually even like a super simple A-star based guess that ignores dynamics is sufficient to produce a good trajectory. So in our work, we execute our planner on two systems. This is the one with the quadcopter. So that's was the initialization. And now you can see how basically this trajectory is optimized from there to be dynamically feasible and avoid collisions as well. Okay, so that was one system we did. We also did this wonderful other robot that I am sure every one of you wants, which is a robotic sofa. And I don't know, this was an example that our students chose. By the way, this is a collaboration with Max Schwager's lab as well. And so the important thing here is that you really note how the planner is actually aware of the geometry of the sofa, right? So it actually also optimizes this rotation to go through the narrow passage in this church. Okay. So that was the trajectory optimizer in which we used a cost function based on the NeRF, specifically on the NeRF density. So now let's look at how we can use the appearance at the same time. And of course, the reason, so what we basically want to do in our whole system is to continuously estimate what the actual pose of this quadcopter is. And And the reason for that is when we execute this trajectory that we are optimizing in the real world, there will always be disturbances that prevent plans from being perfectly executed. And so this is why we use this onboard RGB camera to estimate the robot states. And so this is how this looks like. So you have here the onboard camera view on the left. And then you have the true pose in red. And then you see that how the pose estimate basically converges. And prior literature in pose estimation within NeRFs, they also estimate camera pose from only RGB images. But here we really use also system dynamics, which yields better performance in our particular application as well. Okay, so yeah, so that's basically what we do. Given the time, I have some more. Basically, we use like a standard filter, really, where for the observation model, we use the NeRF to render an expected image. And then we compare that with the real image that the quadcopter gets. And then we do a comment filter update. Essentially, you can think about that to basically estimate the real pose of the robot. And so this is kind of how this looks like. This is like super fast. So there's an initial image that the NeRF renders given the current estimated position of the quadcopter, and then we compare it with the real one and minimize the distance between that by optimizing the pose of the quadcopter. Okay, there's lots of details here, which I'm going to skip because of the technical problems in the beginning. We do this like in SC3 space and all of this, so feel free to look at the paper for the details of this optimization, actually. Okay, so now let's put this all together, the estimator and the trajectory optimizer that both use the NeRF, either appearance or density, to basically control this quadcopter. And we actually going to combine this in a closed loop model predictive controller to be reactive to any disturbances and be able to replan. And so in case some of you, I also imagine like many of you are familiar with NeRFs, but maybe not with necessarily all the robotics things that you can do with them. So let me just quickly dive into what a model predictive controller is. So here's a representation of the plan that we have just optimized with our trajectory optimizer. So the positions of this robot and the control inputs. But again, in reality, when you execute an action in the real world, you will probably diverge from this because of disturbances. So the ground truth here is really the real pose that the robot is doing. Then we use our state estimator to actually figure out, well, I wanted to be there, but really I ended up over there, and I can observe where I am through my camera. Let me use the state estimator to estimate where I am. And then I can actually replan my trajectory from this point. And this is like running in a continuous loop. Okay, so this is kind of how this looks like, where in this animation, the original plan is shown using these red ghost quadcopters. And then you see like on the left, we basically don't do any replanning. Sorry, on the right, actually, we don't do any replanning. So this quadcopter basically flies into this jungle gym. And on the left, we actually do this replanning. And you see in blue, actually, replan trajectory. And here's another cool demo of this, where basically the quadcopter is subject to disturbances from this wind. And again, like it has to basically be quick on its feet if it had feet to, make its way without collision through this gate in Stonehenge. Okay, so this paper, if you're interested in all the details that I kind of had to skim over, check it out. It was published at ICRA 22, and it was a collaboration with Max Schwager's group, and it was a really fun project. Again, the main idea was to use the density and NeRF representation as a proxy for collision cost. And we developed a novel trajectory optimizer and pose estimator using neural radiance field. And the result was the ability to control a large class of robotic systems while avoiding collisions using only color images as sensor input. Okay, so this was our first time, like venturing into combining or leveraging NeRFs in robotics. But my specialty is actually not on flying robots. That's actually Mac's main area of expertise. He worked a lot with that. But I was really interested in how could we use these NeRF representations for grasping. So we've been working on this quite a bit. And the interesting problem with NeRFs is if you want to use it for manipulation is that, of course, the density is a very fuzzy channel of information. There is no real information. There's no information on where the real surface of this object actually is. It's just an optimization of given all the different images from these different viewpoints. But any kind of grasping algorithms that you will find, or most of them, are actually relying on the ability to detect the surface of an object and then either compute like potential contact points or surface normals. So all of this literature is really made for other kinds of representation and not for the soft representation that we have here. We don't have this ground truth surface information. So that's the challenge of actually using it. So we have a lot of current methods for graph synthesis, obviously. I just showed him here like super broad strokes and divided them into two categories. There's like those that generate only often like parallel jaw gripper graphs and use point clouds as input. And then we have other works that actually do precision grasping on like much more complex objects that are often represented with a mesh. But the hand is here, it's a human hand, but there's a lot of work also with multi-fingered robot hands. But yeah, it's really a question of how these are often also done in simulation to a large extent, while the other work is done much more in the real world. And so where we wanted to position ourselves is we wanted to generate precision graphs with a multi-fingered hand without the need for precise object models, because obviously you don't get an object model for every object you encounter in the real world. And so why precision graphs? Because these are graphs that are maybe not just good for pick and place, but maybe for using an object or regrasping it or placing it in a particular way. So that's what we were interested in. So this is kind of how our system looks like. So here on the left, we basically have a Franca arm collecting first images to then compute a NeRF. And then we use our method to actually generate a precision graph. So it really computes like where is the hand and its fingertips, especially where they're supposed to make contact with this object that is not represented as with a surface, but by a NeRF. So you might ask yourself, like, why go through the pain of using NeRFs as object models for grasping? And there are several reasons for this. So first, it's easy and fast training from vision data. So you, as I showed, right, like you can potentially collect these images very easily with a robot. They can capture transparent or specular objects, which is really hard with depth cameras, for example, which are typically used. And the density encodes shape uncertainty, while we also have this appearance channel, which is really nice so that you can maybe do closed loop tracking while you are actually manipulating this object with a hand. But again, we have this problem that NeRFs are really non-traditional representation for robotics and what is typically assumed. Okay, so this is on the left what people typically use as a grasp representation for multi-fingered hands. They want contact points and normals. And then they compute a pre-grasp pose and directions. But again, we don't have these contact points and normals. Actually, we tried that to get that, but it wasn't working very well. And so the route we went down is to train a grasp classifier using NeRF features. And so we generated a huge data set of multi-fingered grasps. And then we compute NeRF features that are basically essentially little boxes given a pre-grasp of a hand. There are little boxes at each fingertip that are cutting through in the direction of movement that we expect from the fingers through the NeRF density. And then we use a 3D CNN. So these are the little boxes you see here in the grasp classifier, these per finger features. And in red in these boxes, you basically see where the density is high. And then we use this 3D CNN to output a success probability of this particular grasp. And so here's kind of how this pipeline looks like using real-world nerves. So we basically take this process that I already showed you of recording these nerves, collecting RGB images, and then computing or basically training the nerve. And then we plan graphs that takes around 15 seconds, where we basically sample a bunch of pre-graphs, compute this grasp features that I showed you. So these little boxes that basically cut through the density and represent that per finger. And then we use our grasp classifier to understand whether this precision grasp actually works or not. And as it turns out, we can also do like a simple gradient-based optimization close to these good grasps to even refine them more. And then, we plan a collision-free path to actually grasp the object and really align it with the object, of which, again, we don't actually know where exactly the surface is, where contact is going to be made. And so I know I'm kind of out of time, and the next speaker is coming. So I have lots of details on how we actually generated the database. So we basically used this Workdex GraphNet as a basis, but we did a bunch of modifications to it. Like, for example, we don't care so much about power grasps. We were really interested in precision grasps, again, because we want grasps that are maybe useful for functional grasping or for using tools and things like that. And we did like a different success labeling, where we actually used a shake test, and instead of just waiting if the object falls or not while the hand is static. We also included a table that was kind of important. And here are some more details on this graph data set. So we have 2.5 million labeled graphs at this point across these 5,100 objects. And we basically played some tricks to make sure that there are 20% of those graphs actually positive, which is hard because good graphs are actually sparse when you just randomly sample them. Here's some results, which I'm just going to flash at you. So we basically looked like, okay, what if we don't use the nerve as is, but actually convert it into a mesh and then run like a traditional method on it? And it turns out that these meshes can be quite messy, these floaters. Or if you maybe have like a nerve that is computed maybe on fewer viewpoints, then it is nice to keep this density instead of computing a nerve, because it kind of represents the uncertainty about the surface as well. And so that's why even with kind of a messy nerve, we can still actually find quite good grasps. And here again is like to show you just how this data collection looks like that is slowed down. It's actually way faster. And here are some of the real-world graphs. Again, we are trying to submit this to Quora, so this is really like cooking still, this work. But here are some examples of how this looks like in the real world, and then how these graphs were actually generated. Okay, so just to summarize, this is the paper, and this is a collaboration with Aaron Ames' group at Caltech as well. And the main idea is to use the density of the nerve to represent grasp features and learn a stability metric. And we're not going to this traditional representation of a mesh, for example, or a point cloud. We really keep the density around that hopefully represents uncertainty about the surface. Yeah, so I showed you these two example projects that we did, where I think we're trying to show how nerves can be really useful in robotics for either navigation or manipulation. And we think just having appearance and shape is really promising, and where you don't actually need a depth camera, which can also give you very noisy data, and instead you have this. So thank you very much for your attention. I apologize again for the technical issues in the beginning, but yeah, maybe I can answer some questions.
Yeah, any one quick question for Jannette? Yes, please feel free to come front.
Hi, it was a very nice talk. So one thing I was wondering about, actually I had two questions, but I have time for only one, right? So one thing I was curious about was that I feel like sometimes like in some kind of a cluttered environment or like hard for environment that is hard for robot to reach actually. Having some kind of a one-shot prediction using a semantic information seem to kind of help because you can kind of, you know, if you have a chair, we kind of know about the backside of the chair. But also, like, I feel like many works are kind of differentiated into those kind of one-shot prediction and like reconstruction. So is there any like plan to combine these two so that we can utilize the semantic information,
Yeah.
but also include the observation we get from
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we haven't looked at the semantic information, but as you've seen, like our scenes right now are super clean, right? Like, so we basically assume segmentation is given to us as well. But if we had this kind of semantics as well, we could first of all just kind of understand like where's the object and, you know, what category it is and all of this. So that helps to just get like the nerf of the object. And then I think you're asking also about functionality, right? Like, or even maybe keep the nerf reconstruction maybe also shorter because you already have semantic information, could maybe like predict how an object looks like on the other side. I mean, these are all great ideas. So, you know, whatever you do there, you could plug this nerf into the system and still do this grasp estimation, right? But we haven't done this yet, but I think that's a great idea. And it's kind of complementary to what I've shown. Yeah.
Okay, so like you talked about the getting a surface normal or surface information from the nerf is kind of difficult because it's a density information in volumetric space.
Yeah.
But then I was wondering, why don't you use kind of a distance function, your representation such as news to represent the surface better, and which has probably better surface normal.
So we actually did not use any of this, right? Like we used basically these little boxes that are representing kind of the area around the fingertips along the way they're gonna move.
Yeah.
So we tried basically getting points and then you know, along movement direction of the finger to see what the surface normal would be, and then use traditional metrics to see if we can evaluate whether a grass would be stable or not.
Yeah.
And the problem is these metrics, these analytical traditional metrics, they are very dependent on good estimates of normals. And so if you have a noisy normal estimation or a noisy contact information that you try to extract from the nerve or maybe marginalize over them or things like that, it's too noisy for these analytic metrics to actually give you something good. So that's why we use basically this encode the local area around the fingers to understand the local structure there and then feed everything together into a 3D CNN to train it.
Thank you.
Great. Let's all thank Jeannette for the amazing talk. Awesome. Thanks. So our second speaker for today is going to be Yen-Chen Lin. Yen-Chen is going to be joining us remotely. He's currently a research scientist at Nvidia, and he's generally interested in generative AI these days. Previously, he was a PhD student at MIT working with Philip Isola and Alberto Rodriguez, and he's a recent graduate and brings a lot of fresh perspective to the field. He's also one of the first persons to adopt neural fields method for robotics, and he maintained an awesome NeRF repo in the start when the field was just exploding. And he has published a number of cool papers in the field. So let's welcome Yen-Chen remotely for his talk.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. I wish I was trying to say hello even earlier, but we have this nice setting that the guest cannot unmute themselves, so I was forced to mute. So if everything is fine, then I will start by sharing my screen. Is that okay?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay. I hope everybody can see my screen well. So, hello everyone. I am Yen-Chen Lin, and I am a research scientist at Nvidia working on the intersection of generative AI and robotics. And in this talk, I'm going to share my views on radiance fields for robotic manipulation. So here's a question that I ask myself a lot. What are the advantages of radiance fields for robotics? And there are many good answers. So one can say neural fields or radiant fields offer much better reconstruction quality, or it has a much better memory efficiency compared to some classical representations, or it is differentiable, so you can reconstruct the scene and apply all sorts of inverse optimization technique. So these are all like really good answers. But over the years, my favorite answers turns out to be very, very short and also very simple, which is that radiance fields provide a way to remove depth cameras from the robotic manipulation system stacks. So here's what a classical robotic manipulation system looks like. We will have our favorite robot arm. In this case, it's a UR5, and you will have the objects that you want to interact with. And you will also have an RGBD camera overlooking the scene, and this camera will perceive the 3D environment for the robots. So the problem of this classical robotic system is that RGBD camera may not always work. So it has limited resolution and it struggles to capture reflective or thin objects, as you can see on the right button. So as a robotic researcher, trust me, this is the last thing you want to deal with. I'm sure we all have the same experience. The conference deadline is approaching and your system works perfectly in the simulation, but then somehow your real world system is not working just because there are lots of noises from your RGBD camera and you don't have a good solution. Here's a real world capture just to give you a view on how this actually looks like in the real world. So for common kitchen items like fork, they are reflective, and so they don't work well with RGBD cameras. So here you can see where I highlighted with the red box. You can see that the fork's tips is incorrectly perceived to be on the table, while the fork's body is captured to be around the plate, which is correct. But then this kind of misinformation will let your robot policy to perform the wrong actions for sure. So how do researchers solve this problem in practice? Well, there are many different answers. The simplest answer on the left most, I don't want to say this slide has to be remade. I don't mean to say it's the lower IQ score. I apologize. But let's just think of it as the progression of robotic research. So initially, solutions is just to not show demos on reflective objects, right? That's simple. So your RGBD camera works very, very reliably. And then we went through a period where you were trying very hard to fix the depth camera. We're designing all sorts of depth camera like infrared patterns or time of flight. For different scenarios, we will apply bilateral filters or consider the anisotropic sensor noise and do all sorts of even like learning-based approach to refine them. And those actually work to an extent. And we learn like valuable lessons from there. But in this talk, I want to talk about the far right dimension, the far right, the bottom right section, where again, we just don't rely on the depth camera at all. We can use radiance fields. Okay, so in this project titled NeRF Supervision, we show that by using NeRF as the 3D supervision signal to train a dense correspondence model visualized on the right, the robot can accurately localize the same part of a fork or any objects generally, like even for reflective objects. The robots can always localize the same part at different poses and perform 6-degree freedom picking. So this task is hard because for previous methods like dense object nets, they mostly relied on RGB sensors to automatically annotate correspondence labels, as correspondence label is very hard for a human to annotate at scale. So what they will do is to place the objects of interest on the table and mount a depth camera on the robot arm and just capture from multiple perspectives and use the forward kinematics to derive the camera pose information and generate a lot of dense correspondence labels from different perspectives. Sorry, let me reshare my slides. Okay, but it's very clear that this method wouldn't work for reflective objects because depth camera didn't work. So that's where our method came in. So the advantage of our proposed method, NeRF supervision, is that it's a pipeline for generating correspondence data with RGB-only sensors, and it works better than classic techniques like multi-view stereo, as we'll show later. So NeRF supervision consists of 3 steps. First, we need to create a NeRF of the object that we are interested in. So here you can see me crawling on the floor to collect the data. There's no reason that you need to crawl on the floor yourself to collect the data. You can place this object on the table and move the robot arm instead. And I recommend that approach. But basically, once you collect the multi-view RGB images, the next step is to apply structure from motion to recover the camera poses and the sparse point cloud of the scene. So here you can see that the points are mostly on the floor. And that's because this object is reflective and thin. It has like thin structure. So for techniques like structure from motion, it can only recover very little points. Instead, it identifies a lot of textures on the floor to help identifying the camera poses. And although the original NeRF formulation only requires post RGB images as supervision, we found that incorporating the supervision from the sparse point cloud that we recover from the structure from motion can help the convergence a lot. So on the right-hand side, we visualize the RGB and depth images rendered by the NeRF models. So you can see that the reconstruction is pretty good, and it can successfully capture the thin nets of the stringer. For comparison, we visualize the depth map predicted by CoMap. So you can run CoMap with structure from motion to recover the camera poses, and subsequently you can run multi-view stereo to get the dense depth maps. And first of all, this procedure is very slow. So it takes me more than 30 minutes to finish generating these dense depth maps. If I remember correctly. And also you can see that the estimated depth map is low quality. So on the right button, you can see there are lots of holes in the predicted depth map. Okay, so that's for NeRF. The second step of our pipeline is to generate dense correspondence dataset from NeRF. So we'll use 2 views to explain the idea, but it can be easily generalized to multiple views. First, we'll use NeRF to synthesize 2 RGB images of the scene. And for clarity, let's zoom in on the left image. So if we shoot a 3D ray into this magenta pixel that I visualized in the center, it can be visualized as the 2D epiparallel line on the other image. Now, we'll also zoom in on the other image to explain the following steps. Cool. So along the 3D ray, we can sample points and use NeRF to predict the density. So the sample points, if you look at the center, the sample points are visualized in green circle. And for points that have larger density, then we visualize it with a larger radius. So since our NeRF can successfully capture the 3D structure of the scene, the NeRF will predict two non-negligible densities along this ray. One is on the one is smaller and the other is larger. So with this information, we can generate a correspondence data set. So basically, we can store these densities in our data set. So like, let's say for the smaller circle, it has density 0.2. And then for the larger circle, it has density 0.8. Then we can sample these points based on their weights to train the correspondence model. And this is the major innovation of this paper, because previously in the original NeRF paper, what they will do to predict the depth map is to take the weighted average of these two 3D points. So in that case, you will get the red cross I'm visualizing here, which is incorrect. So basically, our paper, NeRF supervision, shows that you should retain all this information in order to generate the correct correspondence data set. Okay. So the third step is to actually train the dense descriptors or the correspondence model. So here we adapted a contrastive learning strategy to learn this correspondence model. So what we'll do again is to use the NeRF to render an image. And here you can see we sample points along the tips of the fork. And then we can use NeRF to generate another image. And again, we can, because we know the correspondence, so we know where the tip of the fork is. And then we can send these two patches into a convolutional neural network and encourage the features predicted on these 2 points to be as close as possible. And then we can randomly sample a point in this image and treat it as a negative example. So we again send it into the convolutional neural network F. And the objective is to encourage the feature of this point to be as far as possible from the green, from the fork of the tips. So from the tips of the fork. Okay, so here are the objective. It's just typical contrastive learning, so nothing too special there. Okay, so once we have trained this model, we can visualize what our model learned. So on the left, we have the input RGB images. And on the top right, we have the segmented RGB images just for our model to ignore distractors. And then on the bottom right, we visualize the learned features. So you can see even for like different forks, the similar parts will always have similar color theme, which means that the deep neural network features for those parts are close to each other. So what this allows us to do is we can specify a few key points that we want to track. And whenever we receive a new frame, we'll send it into the convolutional neural networks to predict the features. And we just perform nearest neighbor to see where the key points move to. So now on the left two sections, we still have the segmented RGB images and the features predicted by the correspondence model. But then on the right, we show the key points that we can track. So you can see that although it fluctuates a little bit because neural networks is not perfect, but as we move the forks around, it can successfully locate all the key points that we are interested in. Okay, so what can we do with this track 2D point? What can we do with this track 2D key point? Well, we can actually use stereo to help us decide their 3D locations and thus perform 60-degree freedom grasp. So here you can see these are the points that our model are able to track. And then once it can track this key points, it can perform accurate 60-degree freedom grasps on these forks. So I didn't speed up the robot policy. So it's kind of slow, but it's nice to see it working. It was very scary to do the demo with the glass there, because I was very concerned that the robots will break the glass, but our system works reliably enough so that didn't happen, luckily. It can also work with other challenging categories. So it doesn't just work with forks, like it also works with strainers. So here's a video of that. And yeah, you may ask why strainers, because this also looks a little bit strange. But I actually got the idea for this project when I was using the strainer to eat hot pot. And then I was thinking I want to train a robot policy to use a strainer to automatically get the fish that I want to eat. But then I try with RGBD camera and it doesn't work. And this like inspires me to pursue an entire different strategy, which is like to ditch the depth camera and use the radiance fields to complete this task. So yeah, this strainer example might look weird, but it's very meaningful to me. Cool. Due to the time limits, I will skip the details for the second project and instead opt for Q&A. But here I will just mention a few key points that I want to cover for the second project of my talk. So in the other project that we did, which is called MIRA, Mental Imagery for Robotic Affordances, this is accepted in Coral 2023. We show that NeRF can not only handle the scene that depth camera typically cannot handle, but it also provides a way for you to simulate a camera that you can never build. What do I mean by that? So typically, people will train NeRF with perspective images, right? So if you look at this diagram, we will have camera pose of the image, and we will have the perspective camera model when we generate the rays to train the NeRF. And on the right button, you can see this is the pixel that we'll render. So this is a perspective image. But actually, with the same data, you can use once you train this NeRF model with a perspective camera model, you can swap the perspective camera model with a orthographic camera model. So here you can see I lock the weights of the NeRF model, and then I swap out the camera model to orthographic. So now all the rays will just go straight when you cross the pixel when you cross the image plane. So once we train NeRF with perspective images, we can actually render NeRF with orthographic images. And now you can see on the bottom right, previously the image has the concept of far and near, but then because now we're rendering orthographic images, these two cups actually look like the same distance away from the camera. And why do we want to do this? This sounds a little bit weird. Well, actually, this is a very common technique for a literature called robotic affordance. So usually people will use depth camera to reconstruct the scene and then render orthographic images and send that into deep neural networks to predict affordance. So why do people do that? And that's because for like deep neural networks, if the inputs are the orthographic image, then you can easily perform all sorts of data augmentation to simulate the data. So in this case, even with just one capture, you can simulate the input data to be, let's say, in different rotation format, and you can change the ground truth actions. Either you discover it through reinforcement learning or imitation learning. You can rotate the ground truth actions by the same degree of rotation, and that data will still be legit. So this technique is used by, first of all, it's highlighted by my good friend Kevin Zaka in his blog post Representation Matters. And it is used by several papers from Andy Zheng, including the transporter networks, tossing bot, and etc. Right. So basically, our project shows that you can use NeRF to create the 3D scene, and you can render the orthographic images from different perspectives. And after you did that, so here you can collect images of the scene and train a NeRF. And then after you did that, you can render novel view in the orthographic format from different perspectives. And send all of them into your affordance model to predict the action value. And this will allow you to extend the typical 3-degree of freedom affordance policy to 6-degree of freedom. So here you can see I just showed 2 views, but in reality you can render like hundreds of views. You can send all of these images into the affordance model, and then it will predict the action value for each pixel. You can then select the best pixel and use this view to determine the 6-degree of freedom action for your policy. Okay, so that's everything I have in this talk. Here I just want to show the last robot demos of this Mira policy. So you can see that we can perform suctions on these small objects and successfully place it in a transparent container. And this is all possible because NeRF can perceive the 3D scene of this scenario correctly. And compared to like some previous works, they always have to paint the transparent containers in order for the system to work. So this is another unique advantage of using NeRF for robotic manipulation. Okay, so with that being said, I am ready to take questions.
Any questions for Yen-Chen?
Hi, thanks for the talk. So I was wondering, one advantage of depth cameras over NeRFs is that you can just look at the scene directly without having to train a representation and specifically look at different viewpoints to train your NeRF. What do you think are some ways that you could overcome that limitation of NeRFs?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking it. I think there are 2 axes. So first of all, NeRF is inherently very close to a lot of different generative models. So for example, there is a paper called Large Reconstruction Model, where they show that you can have like 4 camera views of the environment, and then the generative model can like synthesize the 3D scene for you instantly. So I think one approach to address the concern you have is to have, I know you can have just 1 view, but that wouldn't be robust. But you can have like 4 cameras set up in your scene and just looking at the scene from different perspective and send all of these views into the larger construction model. And the inference is very fast. It's less than, I think it's like close to 0.1 seconds or something. So you will be able to get a 3D scene instantly as well.
Thank you.
And I think that, yeah, I think that will be the future direction.
Hi, both of your works are very great, and I have a question regarding the first work. Recently we've been seeing a lot of foundational models such as the Dino to find the correspondence between the objects, and your method seems like you have a more structure into it to find the correspondence. So what is kind of your insight of this correspondence, and what is your opinion about getting this correspondence information, since correspondence is very important in computer vision problems?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking it. So I'm a believer of Dino. I think it's perfect that you can use certain self-supervision signals to train such a nice correspondence model. And I think the approach that I just showed here is complementary to Dino. So here's how I look at it. If you downloaded the Dino model online, sorry, to your computer, and then you deploy it on your robot scene, it may work to an extent, like maybe 60% of the time or like 75% of the time, but that's never gonna be good enough to just be, you know, off the shelf and then works perfectly. So if you found that the Dino model that you get is still, you know, needs more improvement to have better correspondence for your task, then you can use the approach that I showed here to quickly generate correspondence data and potentially fine-tune the Dino model for your own use case. And that will result in, you know, an even stronger model than the Dino, at least for your task. So to me, I think I would categorize my approach as one way of using radiance fields to remove that camera for all sorts of tests that we need to do in robotics, but it's complementary to very strong correspondence model like Dino.
Oh, thank you.
We'll take one more question.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. You show yourself crawling on the floor earlier to get the capture of the object. How well do you think this will work with synthetic data?
Oh, what do you mean by synthetic data?
Like if you don't crawl on the floor, but you have a 3D model and textures of the model, and then you render that from different perspectives and train a NeRF on that.
Yeah, it will work perfectly. That's actually how the NeRF paper, that's what the NeRF paper did in the original release.
Right.
And I was showing myself crawling on the floor because at that time I want to show that it's possible even with your own cell phone. But then later on, for all the robot experiments, I just mount the camera on the robot arm and just let the robot arm do the job instead.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. So let's all thank Yen-Chen remotely for his amazing talk.
Thank you, everyone.
With that, we have a short break up until 10:30. So please gather back here. Don't miss the amazing talk we have in line. So Xiaolong will be presenting next.
getting harder.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm not confident.
It's in the deadline next week.
Yeah.
We are submitting for the system.
Yeah, that's one problem. Is, you know, you can't just speak out.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've done that before. I have to ask everyone.
I maybe have done it long time ago.
I don't have any.
But that can also be. If you
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually I don't know if you're
Yeah, and also we need. It's.
Yeah. I mean, that's
The
other
part.
I read well. Probably just want to do it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That already. Probably.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to. Are you like at the leaving?
Yeah, I'm leaving in 5. Yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
6 or 5 after 6.
Yeah. Is yours correct?
No, that's that.
Oh.
Like, I mean, Jannik is one of the conference walking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to talk to you.
Actually, I think early
I see. Nice.
I'm sure that actually do it. That's faculty, but then basically enjoying the conference while feeling guilty about all the things. Like my students just have to be rebuttal.
Right. I haven't read that. Is also.
I think it's that.
One day. I mean, yesterday I mentioned we have 1 day 6 hours.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Yeah, but you always.
Also the problem, I think. Too much. I want to try.
Sure.
So are you gonna recommend we just do
Do the HDMI probably, or just directly share on Zoom, maybe that should also.
you have HDMI content?
Actually, I have a pot. Yeah.
Okay.
What was this issue?
I think
Yeah.
she
Adapter.
like a one click there to transfer it from a Zoom to HDMI. And something that do things like me know how to
Nice.
look at. So if we have.
I'm also my. Oh, I same thing. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I am. So. Today I'm just gonna moderate the. Oh, yeah, but. Yeah. What areas do you?
So right off,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes, the goal like HDR
was doing. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Do I need to connect the Zoom?
You already do it,
Uh,
you're doing it right now.
right.
The same thing that I sent you.
Okay, let me check. So you recommend me to,
Maybe
Share
share on
Zoom.
from Zoom, that would be great.
I see.
Yep.
Sorry, don't need to, please.
Yeah, we don't need this. I think.
I see.
Oh, it should be in the email currently I sent you. It's a new Zoom link.
Yeah. Still, you can't, like, black box.
Maybe in the recent.
For a while. Yeah, so.
If you open it up and just share it, that would be great.
Recording in progress.
It's called. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, really glad you could make it.
Yes.
Did you come recently?
Two or 3 days ago, Tuesday. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I've been following a lot of your recent work.
Okay, thank you.
Very close.
Yes.
Yeah, on Twitter.
Yeah.
Really awesome. Do you have some students presenting?
Yeah, I think there's one in hand manipulation. Yeah. Yeah, mostly that. Yeah, that's 2 days ago. Yeah.
Thanks again for taking out the time.
Yes.
Really glad to have you.
Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. No, I had
From KIT.
Okay.
I recently read a paper about the feature length and nerve.
Okay.
I'm really interested. Do you think it's possible to get in touch?
Sure. Yes. I think we have released code as well. I think recently.
Yeah.
The DB. I think he was working on. Okay. Sure. Okay.
Cool.
Nice to meet you. Let me see. Okay.
Okay, let's resume our session. So our third speaker for today is Xiaolong Wang. Xiaolong is an assistant professor at UC San Diego in the ECE department. He is also affiliated with the Computer Science Department, Center for Visual Computing, Contextual Robotics Institute, and also the Artificial Intelligence Group. And he's also a member of the robotics team in the TILOS NSF AI Institute. Xiaolong was previously a postdoctoral fellow at UC Berkeley with Alexei Efros and Trevor Durrell, and he received a PhD in robotics from Carnegie Mellon University, where he worked with Abhinav Gupta. He has published numerous cool papers on 3D representation and robotics, and you might have seen a lot of cool demos on Twitter from his lab. So let's welcome Xiaolong Wang to stage for his talk.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. So I'm going to talk about one thing that we really like to push a lot is like the generalizable feature fields. So we apply it in a lot of different applications. So the motivation is really about, it's also very aligned with nowadays that we have a lot of foundation models like in vision and language. So you have very good recognition models in vision. And then you have many people pay $20 for GPT to use it, or some of you also pay less $19.9 for Gemini. So this audit, why did it apply? And then it is quite a thing now, more and more, like how to build the robotics foundation model, right? So we have the RTX papers in here, basically led by Google. And then recently there's a lot of excitement as like using VLM, spatial VLM to do some spatial reasoning in the robot scene and then use it to guide manipulation. But if you look into the pictures have been shown though, it's still a lot of cases is still in the relatively simple scene, like kitchens in Google Kitchen, and also maybe a relatively experimental scenes. So if we really want to generalize all these skills to a very rich environment, like the very chaotic kitchens or office space, walking around the office space, then I think the understanding of 3D geometry becomes more and more important if you go to more complex scenarios. So that's why we kind of try to push these directions, that we try to learn generalizable 3D representations when we are doing more complex manipulations and also mobile manipulation tasks. So here are some examples of applications that I would talk about today. And then in general, it is not about geometry only, it is also about semantics. So how to integrate semantics and geometry together into unified representations. So this is something, the line of research I want to discuss today. So I want to first talk about this work. Basically, it's like the GM factor that we basically, is the first work we try on utilizing semantics and geometry together. So this is like a manipulation task. We have not just one IKEA kitchen, but more different kitchens, but toy kitchens still. So we try to do some language conditioned manipulation tasks. So you put into a language instruction and then you do something following the instruction. And then you hope it to not just overfit to a single scenario, but can generalize to many different scenes and also different configurations. So this is like we want to collect it to use like foundation models in this case. So we have a lot of cool works like training image foundation models In our lab, we also have some works that basically try to do generalizable open vocabulary segmentation, this line of research. So the question in here is that how do we make it connected to 3D, right? How do we connect all these things into the 3D space? So the thing we use in here, of course, because we are in the NeRF workshop, so we are going to use neural radiance field in here, and there is already work, also concurrent work that's basically from a fields group that is doing sort of feature distillation. So you kind of distill the foundation model clip features into the 3D space, and then you have both 3D and semantics together. But the problem is that if you train a NeRF on this scene, you actually need to do a lot of, like optimization for a long time for a particular static scene. And once the scene changes, you need to train everything again. So there is a concern on how to deal with like dynamic environments and how do you improve the efficiency in here when you are trying to distilling or combining semantic informations, or just in general use NeRF to model a rich scene structure. So in here we basically try to explore like the kind of the directions that like what we usually call like generalizable NeRF. So essentially you are still training NeRF, but then you kind of also have encoder to train at the same time. So so in general, you basically try to have a single image and then you follow your encoder, and then your NeRF is you're doing reconstruction condition on the feature you extracted. So hopefully that will give you you can do synthesis or you can do rendering just using one feed-forward pass without having a long time of optimization. So in here, we are also kind of doing with the feature distillation technique that you have a single chair view and then you can render. So here is example. You have a single view and then you render another view. But then you not only render the RGB, you at the same time basically also render the features extracted from their target view. So you can be clip features, it can be dyno feature, it can be stable diffusion feature, because in one of our previous work on open vocabulary perception, we do find that the UNet in the stable diffusion model actually offers you very nice spatial understanding features for spatial understanding. So you can distill also of the features by designing a loss that is trying to render the feature matching your target feature. And then as you are training the rendering for the feature, you backprop the semantic information all the way to basically your oops. That's some animation that will take some time. So essentially you try to do this distillation in robot space as well, but I want to show a thing. Yeah, so it's the red box. So we are trying to actually the thing getting trained is the encoder. So you kind of use rendering to not only render pixel, but also features and all backprop the information to train the encoder. And the hope is that in this way, you have an encoder that can have richer 3D understanding and also semantic understanding at the same time. So this approach is applied to the robot space we have. So you can have the robots with different views, and then you not only render a RGB view, but also the features there. So the colorful thing in here is the PCA clustering of the feature space. So here is some view synthesis results, not only in visualizing the RGB, also visualizing the feature by doing the PCA on the feature space. So the results is not very good. Like the rendering results is not very good because it's actually doing rendering without any optimization. So it's all doing feed-forward rendering in real time. So it's all doing basically you have an input image RGBD, and then you basically go through the voxel encoder, and then you directly use the encoder condition on the feature, and then you do your neural radiance field to do the rendering. So it's all feed-forward. We don't train the NeRF in test during testing or giving a new scene. So I like this because as your robot is moving and as the objects are rearranging, your scene actually changes. So it's actually always a dynamic scene. So you don't want to reconstruct the NeRF, do optimization every time. You want to have a very fast way to update your 3D representation. And we find this is one of the solutions that we can do, basically training a voxel encoder together. So you can just get all the semantic and 3D information by doing single feed forward instead of like doing optimization all the time. So once you have the volumes, basically in 3D volumes, you break it down and then you put into a transformer to predict the actions. So that is the general framework. So we applied it in the real robot space. And we have 3 cameras, but the 3 cameras are used in training time to train the NeRF. And then in test time, we only have the forward views of the camera. So every time you only use the front view camera to do the reconstructions and also use for the policy. So here are some examples. So you want to turn the faucet. So using single policy, again, it extracts 3D information in the real time, and then it's a single policy. So it generalizes to different occasions, and then you also put different distractors in there, and then you can still work very well. And you have other examples, including like open up the microwave door, and on the right is visualizing if you do GradCAN, and then you try to visualize where the action is attending to, then we have this heat map there, basically. So this is moving the pot on the stove. So you have the attentions on like which part you want to grasp there. So again, in all, we can look at it again, but in all occasions, you are actually, again, as you are moving, you actually keep updating your features in real time. So it's not just have reconstruct a static scene and then you do things without having feedback, like without having feedback to the environment. Okay, so that is basically the GM factor work. So we do continue study this thing, and then it works in some extent, but there's a few things that I'm still not very happy with in terms of speed. So even you encode the feature, you have an encoder, and then if you want to construct the 3D volume, you still need to query XYZ. So you need to query multiple times. You can parallelize it, but then you still need to query multiple times the XY to get the feature. So it's not really real time, right? So it's maybe a few FPS. So it's not really real time. So the construction of the 3D volume is much better than doing optimization, but the feed forward is still not really real time. So this is some limitation A. And then so there's also a problem that I think for all the like NeRF for robotics paper is like how do you get the training data, right? So in some cases in a lot of cases you need multi-view scenes, and then in the work before we are collecting demonstrations in multi-view. So you have collecting multi-view demonstrations are actually it's just like it's not very scalable, right? So you need to have actions and multi-view at the same time. It's not really that scalable. So that is another problem. And then you have like when we're doing behavior cloning before, now we have diffusion policy as well. So there's all these questions on how do you do when you have ambiguous actions. So can you deal with that in training? So by focusing on these 3 problems, we recently do some improvement. So I don't have the title in here. It's called DN Act. So essentially, there are basically subtle changes, but I find it is very significant. So for example, we try to solve the problem of slow inference and also the limited data sets. So in here, we are basically getting more close to what people do in foundation model is like essentially, we want to do some pre-training. So we do find that if you just want to learn the like 3D and semantic structure information, so this is training. So you don't have to use demonstrations to do the training, right? So you could have random actions and then, or even human just putting things in different places, and then you collect the multi-view data there. So if you have examples, so your training data is without the human teleoperating, collecting the data, but just have random actions and also objects, then you can significantly easily have more multi-view robot data. So we find that you could first just pre-train it with this data, not necessarily using demonstrations, but just randomly moving data, but with multi-views. So that significantly increase your data sets for training the encoder. And then we can fix the encoder for later use when training the policy. So that is one thing we find out. So how do we train more robust and use more data to do the training? So here is just some examples. Again, PCA visualizing the feature views. And then there's also this like behavior cloning part. We do study basically the diffusion policy, try to study the diffusion policy in here, which is using the diffusion process to generate the actions or trajectories instead of just one supervised learning or behavior cloning. But a small thing that we find that is because we are training a multitask policy, so language condition as well, we somehow find diffusion policy works well if you are training. This is just our experience, by the way, so it doesn't really mean maybe there are other tricks to improve it, but at least in our experiments, we find diffusion policy works quite well if you optimize training it for particular single task. But as you're putting in multi-task setting, it's harder to make it work like a single policy for multiple tasks at the same time. So that's another observation, then something we try to tackle. So here is our new solutions, basically in the DNA Act paper. So basically, first we have this guide pre-train, and then our policy in here. So remember the first point I try to address is like when we are doing feed-forward, I don't want to do the query of XYZ to reconstruct the 3D volume, okay? I just want to do single feed-forward. So I think it's more like an engineering trick, but turns out to be very, very effective that eventually make us be able to do real time is that for the point cloud inputs, we voxelize it and then use the pre-trained LERF to extract features. But on the other side, we also train a point net, wherever you want to use. And then we combine the features on the upper part into the point net. So on the upper part, we don't need to query the XYZ construct the 3D volume anymore. So we want the semantic and structure information distilling above to combine into the point net features in the bottom. It's probably not looking very elegant, but fundamentally, it is again trying to making multiple time of forward to keep decreasing it to become just single forward to make it efficient. And it is very, very useful in here. So we combine 3D information and language instruction, and then we try to do decoding the action. So you could use diffusion policy to do the action prediction. By the way, this noisy images doesn't mean that we are doing image space. The action is in action space. We just use this as an illustration of diffusion process. But you could use a diffusion policy to do that, to predict the action directly. The the problem is still when we are try to train on multiple tasks, it doesn't generalize that well. So it doesn't work for many tasks at the same time. So there's some our experience again. And so the way to solve it is basically we use the diffusion. We still do the diffusion action prediction to do the training. But at the same time, there's another separate branch that we just use these features to do the feed-forward basically action prediction. So now diffusion policy becomes a loss to learn the representation. It's not really used for predicting the action. It's used for learning the representation. And then to predict the action, you train a separate MLP to predict the action in one step based on your learned feature. So there's not many branches in here. Might look complicated, but in principle, you are really following the philosophy that whenever there is a multiple step thing happening, you can train a simpler network on the side to do one-step prediction. So you have construct the 3D volumes in NeRF, but you can train a point net to distill those 3D volume features, so your point net can feed forward in one step. Or you have this diffusion action policy. You need to like kind of doing diffusion process for multiple steps, and then you kind of have a lot of branch simplify it to just do one feed-forward action prediction. So we really just try to make our effort to simplify the multiple steps to all in one step. And the goal in here is just have very, very efficient inference that you can do in real time. So the experiment in here is indeed like still doing in more tabletop setting, but with many different objects. So here is a visualizations that kind of combining the feature fields with the point cloud space. So here are basically some tasks we do that's just more different tasks. The scene doesn't look very like fancy or complicated like kitchens, but this is some initial study that we try to do to make really like real-time inference no matter on encoding the scene structure, but also predicting the actions to try to make it real-time very, very fast in here. So that's basically using NeRF as part of the policy. So again, this is more like representation learning for policy. So you have training MEE for encoders. Now you are basically using NeRF as an encoder, like NeRF to provide information to train an encoder. And then how do you efficiently train it? How do you make the encoder more efficient? And how do you make the generate action more efficient? So that is mainly our focus in here. Okay, so this is one work that on manipulation. And then you want to do mobile manipulation as well. So we have a B1 that is a B1 robot, which is purchased 4 months before B2 was out. And it has a Z1 arm on it. So we are doing some mobile manipulation with it still. And we again, everything we do, we want to generalize to many different things. So the whole thing is really about generalization. Now this is the title that matches my talk title, learning generalizable feature fields. So we don't want to do, our goal is always not doing tabletop. Our goal is always to run in the wild. This work is not running on the beach, but we have other work that have leg robot on the beach. So running on the beach is hard because real sense doesn't work well with a lot of sunlight. So we have this work that is also kind of training generalizable NeRF and distilling features. So the idea is this very, very similar, that we will need geometry information to do navigation, or we also need open vocabulary semantics to recognize objects, to grasping objects. So we need all the semantics in 3D. And I think a cool things in here is now it's not just for manipulation, but also a unified representation on 3D semantic and also for scene and objects altogether. So the work is basically try to very similar thing that we do with the previous work, that we basically train an encoder that we can do geometry reconstruction and also semantic rendered semantic features at the same time. But right now it's not just focusing on just tabletop objects, but also in scene level, essentially. So here is just a brief framework, but essentially it looks quite similar to the previous work that we use vision language model to extract the 2D features. We train a 3D encoder, and then the 3D encoder, you need to basically distill not only the, reconstruct not only the geometry, but also reconstruct the features at the same time. So it is used for navigation and manipulation at the same time. So the thing about using an encoder, again, in here is you can infer the structure information very, very fast. So when you are looking the scene far away, you can reconstruct the scene structure and then do your planning to do the navigation. But as you are going towards to the object, you're going to very close to the objects, you're staring at the objects, then you can reconstruct the object shapes and also have the small semantic reasoning on it. So you can, the other way to look into it is more like also an active kind of vision kind of thing, that from far away, you can reconstruct the scene and do navigation. From closer becomes reconstruction of the objects and do geometry reasoning on the objects to do the grasping. So here is examples on what we what we were doing there. So on here is again the semantics is encoding the objects. So on the top this small feature fields is the first person view. So we are visualizing basically again the PCA clustering of the features. So as the robot is moving, it is getting updated. And then on the right is basically a top-down view that we are also updating the map at the same time. So it's the map that contains geometry and semantic information at the same time that we try to do the update in the real time. So this is recognizing the bin and then we put in it. So here is more acceleration speeds of for mobile manipulation and grasping. And the good thing about like robot is always like you can run in the wild, you can run in the forest, you can run on the hills, on the beach, hopefully. And so it is now moving forward to not just do tabletop, but also reconstructing the whole scene. So that's what we are going now. Here is just another view. The lower videos is a little bit faster, but it kind of gives you an idea that you keep seeing your first person view, keep reconstructing the semantics and then 3D, and then you have also a memory, have a map reconstructed on the bottom right. Right here is another example. So this one is actually trying to show that the scene can be dynamic. So the human is just appears in the middle, and then you can update your scene reconstruction. Then you can try to avoid the humans, even this just appears. Okay. And semantics, so this is an example that trying to say, basically, if you want to grasp something there, you need to avoid the grass. So you kind of recognize this grass on there, and then try to plan a walk around the grass instead of stepping over. So a funny story in here is that it's very windy. So when it is very windy, the reconstruction is not working because the grass are moving. So it only works well after there's less wind. So it's still there's like some restriction in here. Okay, so this is a quick summary for my talk. So generalizable feature fields, it can be used for policy learning as a feature extractor. You have more advanced 3D and semantic information as an implicit feature for your policy. And then you could be a more explicit map. So feature fields can become a more explicit map for mobile manipulation. So you have geometry and 3D, and then you do planning on top. So on the top, it's more implicit, a little bit closer to implicit. So you don't require very, very precise information. You are more like using 3D and semantics to help you to learn the representation. On the bottom, you might need more precise reconstruction because you need to do like running other planet on top. So I think both directions are interesting to explore. I wouldn't say like one is better than the other, but in general, if we are moving more towards to like, if we like more end-to-end robot learning, maybe it's the first line of research that we can keep improving. If we're more like a planning tradition approach, then we can build better feature fields using the second approach. Right. So basically that's all for my presentation today. Thank you. Thank you.
So we have time for a couple of questions for Xiaolong.
Thanks for the talk. For the generalizable feature field on running on the quadruped, how do you manage to run it in real time? Because normally it takes a long time.
No, I mean, you see 3 to 5 FPS. That work is 3 to 5 FPS around that.
But also the update of the implicit feature field, like
Yes.
normally it takes quite a while to take update an implicit field.
Right. So that's why we are. So that's the part that I try to emphasize more is like we are actually training an encoder there. So there's no optimization in testing at all. So it's really just every time it's feed forward, you get the feature fields updated. So it's only feed forward. There's no rendering. There's no optimization for rendering there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is there also no memory then, or is it there also memory?
There is actually a memory there. So we do maintain a map in here. So there's a memory in here. Kind of the memory we're doing mapping. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting talk. I got a question about the generalizable NeRF setup. So basically, I understand that the view direction and the query points are scene specific in the NeRF setup.
Right.
So how do you align the different views when you train the NeRF, and maybe for like inference time, if you have a new object that is oriented differently, how do you generate the view direction and the query points for this setup?
So I think it's always we are doing it from the, like, for example, in here, we are always from the robot view, doing from the robot view. So as the camera moving, we know it's how the camera changes. So that's how we do the mobile manipulation. For the tabletop, everything is kind of fixed there. So the camera is always in the front. So it's not, so the front view is the canonical view, kind of, you can think it as, and the other views are also fixed when you are doing training. And in test time, it's really just, it doesn't have to have correlations between times, actually. So for that work, there's no memory. So you don't need to update. It's really just each time you just forget immediately. And then each time you feed forward, you get the new feature. Each time you feed forward, you get the new feature from that camera view.
So basically, the view direction and the query points are always expressed in the camera local frame.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for the awesome talk. And I want to ask a question that, currently your work has really strong generalization ability and can follow like different instructions.
Right.
Like you can, put a tomato in the table,
right,
or open a drawer. But I think, currently, can it, manipulate like very precise tasks?
Yeah.
Like, plug a, to plug a plug.
Right. I think that is a great question. So I feel like there's still a little bit trade-off. It is true that So for example, where I was saying the first line of work. Oh shoot. So this is the first line of work that because it doesn't do any optimization, it's just doing real-time feed-forward. So the geometry is not so like correct, like precise, I think a lot of times. So it's more like just offering a supervision to learn the features in the first direction. So I would think that it's still very challenging to do that. So it's a little bit trade-off precision than efficiency. On the second one though, as we are doing more explicit, we actually have SDF predictions in here. So the geometry is more precise in here because we need to do planning on top. So I think if we can use this approach for tabletop manipulations, then maybe it can do better for the insertion task. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I can have another question. You know, like you can generalize well, but I think the first few works, I see that the success rate is relatively low, like
right,
about 50%.
Right.
Do you have any insight that how can we, get a really high success rate with the
because we are also training on quite few examples, and we training on maybe like for each task there's like 10 demonstrations kind of examples. We didn't collect a lot of examples in training for the behavior cooling or diffusion policy training, and also we do change the scene quite a lot. So I don't think our training distribution has enough data in the training set to cover that many like generalized scenes that we need to generalize. Yeah, so collecting more data might be much more important for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're running a bit short on time,
Okay.
so let's take all the questions offline.
Okay.
Let's thank
Sorry
again
about that.
Xiaolong for
Yes,
the
yes.
amazing talk.
Thank you.
So our fourth speaker for today is Jannik. Jannik is an applied scientist at Wayve. He completed his PhD in mechanical engineering from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, focusing on computational mechanics and robotics. For his PhD, he was interested in autonomous urban navigation with multimodal and self-supervised learning. He brings a lot of industry experience. So let's all welcome Jannik for on stage for his talk.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Jannik, and I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for organizing this awesome workshop. I think all of us are really interested in what we can do with scene reconstruction methods in the context of robotics. So in today's talk, we will take a look at how Wayve is building photorealistic simulators and how neural scene models drive the progress that is necessary to evaluate driving models both on the road and off the road. So it's hanging. All right. Sorry about that. So, okay, what is Wayve's mission? So our mission is to reimagine autonomous mobility with embodied intelligence. And we call this approach AV 2.0. And the overall idea is that we build an autonomous driving intelligence for any kind of vehicle. We don't rely on a particular embodiment, but the overall idea is to have an end-to-end model that does all the work for us. And such, it is able to generalize to arbitrary environments and can, in principle, operate on a global scale. We like to contrast our kind of approach with traditional approaches we like to call AV 1.0. And in this context, we have this traditional robotics stack where we start with sensor inputs, then a perception stack, planning, and finally control. And with these kinds of approaches, we tend to have the problem that they are very brittle and don't generalize well to, for instance, unseen environments and out of distribution data. And in contrast, we at Wayve like to call our approach AV 2.0. And here we have an end-to-end model that takes sensory input and then directly predicts control output such that none of the traditional kind of problems can arise. And we heavily believe that we have to solve AI and autonomous driving with data. So take, for instance, this video of some roadworks. We have many, many different kinds of roadworks, and we have many different kinds of image distributions that we might encounter when driving on the road. And we think that there is no way we can kind of encapsulate the richness of the real world with some traditional heuristics and algorithms, and instead want to solve it with data at scale and AI. And the same principle also applies to our off-road evaluation setup, because if our driving model encounters such rich real-world data, we also have to be able to encapsulate that data in our virtual off-road evaluation pipeline. And this is what we want to talk about today. So first of all, why do we actually want to do off-road evaluation? So first of all, we care about controllability. On the road, we have no option to precisely place every agent and every part of the world as we like it. So in simulation, we can build reproducible scenarios that we can use as unit tests to improve and test the model performance. Also, building a simulator takes some time, but using it doesn't take much time. So we like to have fast feedback cycles with our models, and having a good simulator and good off-road evaluation allows us to accelerate our driving model development. And finally, safety. Whenever we have a driving model, we can't, in principle, know everything that it's going to do. So having it evaluated in simulation allows us to better understand how it works and also put it into situations that we wouldn't want to have it in the real world. And today's agenda for this talk is a three-step approach. So first of all, we will talk about bridging the sim-to-real domain gap. Secondly, we will talk about measuring the simulator quality. So how can we actually be sure that our simulator is doing a good performance? And finally, we will talk about the scene reconstruction models that all of us are here for, where we talk about how to actually build a scene model of the real world and how we can use it in our simulator. So jumping to the sim-to-real gap. Simulation can broadly be classified into two different kinds of approaches. On one hand, we have open loop testing. Here, the model output has no effect over the state transition, which has the advantage, of course, that the approach is simple. It doesn't take much engineering to implement this. The big disadvantage is, of course, that we can't have any cumulative error, because whatever the model does in the simulator doesn't affect the state transition from time step to time step. And due to that reason, we also don't have reactive dynamic agents. On the other hand, we have closed loop driving or closed loop simulation. Here, the model output does have an effect over the state transition, like in the real world, for instance. But of course, this is way more complex to implement. It does support cumulative error. So for instance, if our model goes haywire and doesn't drive where it's supposed to drive, we keep driving in that direction because the model, the simulator does support this kind of cumulative error happening. And finally, reactive agents are in this matter possible to implement because they should be able to react to the driving model. However, this is a whole challenge in itself due to many different factors being at play here. So why not use traditional simulators? Here we have a video rendered of the newest release of Kala with Unreal Engine 5, which looks pretty good, I guess. However, I would say most of us can also tell that this video is computer generated, it's rendered, it's not a real city. And this is basically the whole problem why we can't use these traditional simulators. They allow us to do closed loop driving, so we can use it as a simulator, but it's only applicable basically for small scale research problems or just like testing general driving models, but not as a full stack simulator approach for complete off-road evaluation. And to put this into a list, we have like different problems here. So first of all, yes, the domain gap. This doesn't only apply to the visual domain, but actually simulating what's going on a vehicle in such a simulator is an incredibly hard task, because we can't model all the internal processes that are going on the robot while it's driving on the road and then just take that off the road into a separate simulator. That's an incredibly hard task. And exactly, that's basically this point. So whenever we build logs from real driving, we kind of need to be able to reproduce those logs in simulation. And when we have a whole different rendering and simulation stack, for instance, from an built-up mesh-based simulator, we can't be sure that we can exactly replicate those processes on the simulator. And these scenes are, for instance, hand-generated, of course, by some digital artists, which is great. But for instance, whenever we go out on the road and record some data, we need to be able to build up virtual scenes that, for instance, represent these scenes in our simulator. And having a kind of asset generation stack where people have to create assets in order for us to driving them, that's just not feasible and doesn't scale to these arbitrary environments that we talked about in the beginning. And that's why we kind of had to build our own simulator. And we like to call the simulator GhostStream. So GhostStream is a closed loop neural simulator, which means that we use neural scene reconstruction models to build our scenes. And this is in contrast to existing renderers where we, for instance, use rasterization techniques to render meshes into images and then render them on the scene and render them for the driving model. But we instead use these scene reconstruction models such as NeRFs or Gaussian splatting. We also have an integrated vehicle dynamics model, which we will talk about in a second. But this is basically addressing the problem that I mentioned earlier, where we can't be sure that we are able to model arbitrary processes from the robot in the simulator. And here we just take these logs and replay them in our simulator, which allows us to have a perfect one-to-one correspondence of what's going on the robot in the real world, to have that go on the simulator as well. And this is kind of a visualization of the processes that are going on. So whenever the real robot is on the road, it records some data streams, for instance, from the cameras and other sensors. And we kind of put that all in the log file. And then we can replay that log on a simulated robot, which allows us to perfectly encapsulate what's going on in the real world on the real robot, but in simulation. So second point, measuring the quality of our simulator. So how can we be sure that what we are simulating is actually allowing us to do good off-road evaluation? And the kind of metric that we like to use here, we call reproducibility. And to illustrate what we mean by that, here we have visualized a scene where our driving model is driving on the road and we're kind of slowing down for a zebra crossing. However, in this case, no pedestrian is present. So it's kind of like a weak failure mode where the model slows down where it shouldn't be doing that. Now we switch to the simulation. So the right scene is completely rendered with our reconstruction stack. We can see that the model in simulation behaves more or less exactly the same way it did while we were actually recording the data, which is a strong indicator for us that what we are building in simulation is actually reflecting the real world. Because whatever we do, we need to be able to reproduce the same behavior in the driving model, both on the road and off the road. And that's why we call this metric reproducibility, because it allows us to measure how well we can reproduce existing scenes in simulation. Another column of evaluation is just model benchmarking. So there is no way around that. We have so many different scenes, so many different environmental conditions that we need to be able to map from real world to simulation. And that's why we kind of mostly talk about off-axis reconstruction quality at Wayve. What this means is that we kind of have held out cameras that we don't use for training our scene reconstruction models. So for instance, when we have a certain set of training cameras, we build up our scene reconstruction model, and then we have held out cameras that we don't use for training, and we can then query the scene reconstruction model at those camera poses and then compare the images generated from these views to the actual views that were recorded but not used for training. And then we can just use standard image-based reconstruction metrics, for instance, PSNR and LPIPs, like these classical image-to-image, pixel-to-pixel comparison metrics. And then we have to assemble a driving scenes benchmark with those highly diverse scenes and then measure our held out cameras for these scenes. It's also important that these various scenes have very different environmental conditions, because what's challenging for our models is, of course, all those different like physical and optical effects that make our real world so rich, which makes also the simulations so hard. And that's why we kind of need to capture all the diversity of the real world. And also dynamic objects, and we will get into that in a second. Measuring the quality of our reconstructed dynamic agents, and also, for instance, like pedestrians, other vehicles, dynamic stuff, that's also of high importance to us, because that's, of course, what might influence the model behavior. And we found that kind of like existing driving data sets, of course, they entail images and also image poses. However, we found that those don't really encapsulate what we are trying to evaluate here. So we are definitely thinking about this, and we think that model benchmarking is definitely something that the community needs to pay more attention to, especially for like driving scene reconstruction. And finally, moving on to the last point, the scene reconstruction models themselves. What are desirable properties of these models? So first of all, we need high visual fidelity, of course, right? So we both need it for the static and dynamic parts of the scenes, both on axis and off axis. And let me emphasize that this off axis generalization is really of importance, because even though we want our model to drive the same way in simulation than in the real world, we can't be sure that it does. And when it doesn't, we need to be able to generalize highly realistic images, even from viewpoints that weren't part of the training set for that scene reconstruction model. Also, disentanglement of dynamic objects. So we want to be able to disentangle the static parts of the scenes from the dynamic parts of the scenes. And explicit scene representations are definitely a nice to have, where we are able to kind of like debug our scene reconstruction models and are able, for instance, to add inductive biases. And so in this case, for instance, an explicit representation model would be Gaussian splitting. And fast training and inference speed, because if we want to do, for instance, real-time simulation, there is no way around super fast inference speed, which not all these approaches offer. And that's why we decided to kind of move to 3D Gaussian splitting. And I guess the majority of this audience is somewhat familiar with the basic idea. It's definitely taking the community by storm, and we are getting many, many different papers, like even more than NeRFs, I think, these days. The overall idea is that you represent a given scene with 3D Gaussians. So you arrange them in a certain way. For instance, you take like 100,000 or 1,000,000 Gaussians, arrange them in the scene, and then render a virtual view from a camera pose. And then you compare that rendered image to the actual image that was recorded, and then you have a loss, and then you backpropagate that loss into the parameters of the Gaussians. And those parameters are 3D position, 3D orientation, opacity, and color. And all of these parameters can be modified by backpropagating that loss. Applying 3D Gaussian splitting to driving scenes is a particular challenge in the context of our work. And the concrete challenges that we have is what we kind of visualize in this image. We have spatially sparse images. So even though our cameras have high frame rates, when you drive fast enough on the road, those images get pretty sparse. And you don't get to see, for instance, all the areas in a region for like too many images. Maybe you only see like a given window of a car only for 2 or 3 frames, and you still need to be able to reconstruct that well, which is one of the challenges. And then also, I mean, we saw earlier some reconstruction work with a handheld camera, which is super cool. We don't have that, unfortunately. Our cars are too heavy. So what we have to do is we have to drive on the road and record those images, of course, from this road perspective, which constrains our camera path a lot, which also makes the reconstruction problem a bit harder because we don't get to have all those nice viewpoints from an aerial viewpoint or something like that. We are constrained to the road. And of course, it's uncontrolled. So we can't manage what's happening on the road. So we have like these dynamic effects, for instance, from dynamic scene components. And also we might have changes in illumination and in weather during the reconstruction. So which makes it, of course, a even more challenging problem. And when we do all this for our driving scenes, this is a visualization of the kinds of reconstructions that we get with our simulator. So here we drive on the road, and this is from our Ghost Stream simulator. We get pretty good. I can replay this again, maybe a bit slower. We get pretty good reconstructions, both for parts of the scene that are close to the ground and also the sky, which is kind of like a separate kind of approach. But overall, we are pretty happy with what we can do with 3D Gaussian splatting, despite all the challenges that are visible here. However, what we don't have is we don't have any dynamic agents, of course, and that's a problem. And just to kind of visualize the challenges that we face when working with dynamic scenes, this is just some random London street that we drive through. We can see that there are people moving on the sidewalk. We have this big bus coming along. We have even like lens flare, for instance, for a brief second. And for instance, also the brake lights of the vehicle in front of us. This might seem like a minor thing, but actually it's highly important to be able to model these kinds of effects, because if you imagine you're driving on the road, of course, you need to pay attention to the driver in front of you. And if you're not able to see that they're braking, you might hit them. So we also need to be able to kind of reproduce these effects in our simulator as well. And we kind of worked really hard to make this possible in our simulator. And what we ended up with is a kind of new way of seeing Gaussians, where we, in addition to the kind of existing approaches, we're also making them a conditioned on time as well. And in this talk, we kind of want to show you what this might look like rendering novel scenes. So here we have a qualitative example of what our dynamic 3D Gaussians can look like. And this is a highway scene. So when we play this, we can see that all the vehicles, they are moving on the street. We get actually we have quite a few dynamic agents. So all of them are reconstructed pretty well. I can also replay this. And we're really happy that both the static parts of the scene and the dynamic parts of the scene are equally well reconstructed, because we don't know what the driving model exactly is going to look at when it looks at an image, but it's definitely important to be able to reconstruct all the parts of an image with equal quality. Another example would be dynamic illumination. So this is a scene where we're entering a tunnel, and this would be something that would be incredibly hard to replicate in a simulator, because like in a traditional simulator, because you kind of need to know all the camera characteristics, how the exposure rate changes with the illumination and the brightness of a scene. And we get all of that for free because we're actually using the real images to build our simulator. So this is what it looks like. So we have, again, dynamic agents in the scene. We have these awesome kind of illumination changes from very bright daytime to very dark artificial lighting. And all of this is just represented using 3D Gaussians, which is actually pretty cool, I think. And finally, we have our example from the beginning. This is the same scene that we saw earlier, but just reconstructed. And we can see that we are actually able to model those brake lights of the pickup truck in front of us. And this makes us very happy that we are actually able to replicate those very, very difficult kind of like dynamic parts of the scene. Also the like the bus and the other vehicles that are coming in our direction, they're also represented pretty well. And what's kind of cool, I just noticed this earlier, we're actually able to replicate this lens flare here as well. So it will happen here on the left, which is super cool. So this must also be one of the Gaussians. Just another illustration that this kind of reconstruction is only possible with these kinds of neural scene reconstructions and not with traditional simulators. Going forward, we're of course heavily invested in doing awesome research, and like there are kind of two main approaches or like two main lines of work that we are interested in. So first of all, injecting world model knowledge is definitely something that we're looking into, where we're trying to like add inductive bias into our model such that you can, for instance, solve occlusions in a better way than we can do it right now. So whenever we have prior knowledge, for instance, from a world model that's able to predict the future by some frames, this should also allow us to build better scene reconstruction models. And then also another line of work would be scene editing. So being able to produce counterfactuals and not only replicate existing agents on the road, but also modifying them is definitely something that we're heavily invested in and are looking forward to. So this is the end of my talk. Thank you all for your attention. We are hiring, so please let me know if you're interested. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
So we have time for 2 quick questions, and we have a panel discussion after, so you can also save your questions for that.
Cool. Thanks for your very interesting talk. So I guess you said it at the very end that you're figuring out a way of actually adding counterfactuals and things like that. So what I've seen so far is that you basically recording and just remapping everything that you record, or you condition things in time, right? So you have dynamic agents, but that's basically whatever you saw in your drive, right?
Right.
Do you also like do mapping, removing dynamics or something like that? Because what you've showed is basically a video in Gaussian splatting, right? So I'm wondering that right now, is there like something that you're using apart from just, you know, having a time conditioned reconstruction in Gaussian splatting?
Yeah, thank you. Good question. So first of all, so I mean, we render it as a video, but of course it's a 3D representation, so we can go to arbitrary kind of positions in the scene. So that's definitely to emphasize here. And yes, right now we are kind of like, this is basically like agents on rails, right? We have them on rails where they were, well, they were originally recorded. However, what you can do with time conditioned Gaussians is also that you can kind of like freeze time, for instance. You can speed it up, you can speed and freeze or slow down different parts of the scenes by different amounts of like different factors. So you can actually create counterfactuals even with agents on rails in that setting. However, and this is what I wanted to get to at the end, like more explicitly editing scenes is definitely something that we are looking into, where you can, for instance, remove dynamic agents, add different ones from different sources. I mean, with these Gaussian splats, you can do any kind of cropping and in pasting stuff that you could do with like images, basically. So you get a lot of freedom with that kind of representation.
Right. And the second one, like, have you done any policy learning, and how hard is the sim to real translation from using your simulator to deploy it in the street, I guess?
So this reproducibility metric that we talked about earlier, this is kind of capturing that effect. So when we're evaluating our models in our off-road simulator, if that reproducibility metric wouldn't be high, we wouldn't be able to we couldn't be sure that what we're experiencing as a driving model on the road could be replicated in the simulator. But since this metric tells us that the model behavior in simulation is under many and under most circumstances very similar to what we observe on the real road, we can be sure that what we are modeling is close to what the model expects in terms of data distribution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. Looked really great, putting the fourth dimension basically into the Gaussians and moving them in time. And I was wondering how you're able from so few observations to get them so consistent. So when the bus was coming by, you could see that the bus was really well modeled. There was no flickering of things going away. So how do you make sure that they move consistently over the whole bus, so to say? Basically the rigid object assumption in there.
Right. Yeah, good question. Unfortunately, I can't go into any of the details that we have here. So let me just say that there are many different ways in which you can use to improve the behavior of the Gaussians in time. But what those are, I can't talk about right now, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we are crunched for time. Let's save your question for the panel discussion. Okay, we can have one more.
Anything about, you didn't show any videos from different points of view, and you did not show any rendering of any 3D of these Gaussians. I'm curious if you can show something like this, because that tells you how much of this is just perceptual modeling of pixels versus actually good geometry being reconstructed.
Right. Yeah, very good question. Definitely agree. However, for this talk, we kind of focused only on axis reconstruction. And we're kind of like internally, we're evaluating how well it works for the kind of off-axis stuff. But I don't have any videos right now that show this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's all thank Jannik for his amazing talk. So next up, we have a panel discussion. So can I please ask all my speakers to come to the front? And we have Zsolt Kira from Georgia Tech, who would be hosting this panel discussion.
Okay. Yeah. How long do you want to? And Yen-Chen, hopefully you can still hear us. Okay, cool. Yeah, just have a seat. Okay. So yeah, I'm Zsolt here from Georgia Tech. So I'm gonna start them off with a few questions, but we're gonna then open it up to the floor. So while I'm asking questions, please think of good questions to ask. Cool. And by the way, yeah, so Jannette was not able to make it to the panel. So we do have Dan Feiju from Georgia Tech here as a panelist as well. Okay, so I'm gonna kick things off with just like one question. And we can just kind of go back and forth here. Oh, we can play musical chairs. Okay, so the first question is, yeah, so all of these were great talks, kind of uses of NeRF and Gaussian splats for robotics. One question is kind of, a lot of these uses are very static in the sense of kind of the NeRF is optimized, we have some scene representation, and then we use it within a model or for simulation and so on. So I was wondering what everyone's thoughts are about kind of active perception in robotics. So can the robot actually, for example, optimize the views that it gathers, the feature representations, or the simulator itself, for example, particularly to optimize the task at hand that it wants to perform? So yeah, maybe you can go ahead.
All right. So I believe, so this is definitely more in the context of grasping, I guess. So in our kind of context, we don't have that flexibility in that regard. However, I would strongly guess that, I don't know if there are already approaches out there that do this, but there is some notion of having, like, for instance, uncertainties in like specific renderings from specific viewpoints. And then you could like apply some kind of search where you like look for viewpoints that are under reconstructed and then like pay special attention to these. And when you have access to a for instance, like a grasper, like a grasping robot, you could then like deliberately select, like have a policy that kind of starts minimalizing those under reconstructed areas to just like cover the whole search space to get the best possible reconstruction.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you can hand the. Okay, sure. Yen-Chen, do you wanna?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything special to add here. I've also read papers on this topic of adding some notion of uncertainty in search for views. But I kind of believe in the generative approach more, where I hope that in the future we don't need to put the burden on searching for views, but instead you can given a view and then you can use generative models to reconstruct the nearby information, and then you go from there instead of having to put a lot of burden on this kind of formulation.
I see. Okay. Yeah, Xiaolong, do you?
Hello. Okay. Is it like about dynamic scenes and?
Yeah, I mean, it's for especially, so active perception.
Right.
Dynamic.
So I think like our thing around like training more generalizable representations and having learning from larger scale data set, adding more priors is kind of trying to solve that. And also actually from the last talk, wonderful talk, that like the use of 3D Gaussians. So I think it's also quite useful in this domain as you, because 3D Gaussian is really more editable. So essentially when things are moving, you can track them, and actually you can track the point and move the points very easily to do editing as the robot or object is moving. So that allows you to do more real-time changes of the scenes. So we are also interested in that direction. So I think representations that allows you to do fast editing and moving, and also maybe a little bit more priors from larger scale data sets. So these are the two things I think would be useful for dealing with dynamic scenes. Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to add on a complementary side, even without prior, there's actually chance for very principled work to understand uncertainty of NeRF and 3DGS. So there are quite a few works out there that tries to model, let's say, the visibility or which pixel or which views are more uncertain than the others, and be able to actually understand which part of the scenes has been viewed and whether that's enough for you to get a good reconstruction is actually a very difficult problem. But with a new representation like 3DGS, you can actually reason about individual blobs and whether they've been seen before, whether they're, let's say, spherical harmonics, color representations are well tuned, is actually a viable thing to do. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Cool. Yeah, so another question. So as you all have seen, there's a GPT-4 O coming out that has basically the idea of multimodal, just have one giant foundation model that can take tokens from audio, video, text, and so on. And similarly can also generate any arbitrary kind of modality. So I was wondering how you all see kind of 3D and NeRF and reconstruction as kind of, how do we incorporate that into these large, just big foundation model that can do everything, input and output?
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting question. So I'm not entirely familiar with the ins and outs of GPT-4o. However, I think we see a general trend in robotics research these days where these kinds of transformer models that have been like replacing existing language model stacks to a large degree also applied to robotics tasks, where you kind of think there's works like RT1, RT2, where you kind of build up this stream of data that you just like ingest with a large model that's like a foundation model that's able to then like make next token prediction, which can then be decoded again into kind of, for instance, actions or even the same modalities, but like put forward in time. And we've also been wondering how you could use these kinds of models for 3D stuff. And I definitely think there's a great, possible great way to kind of combine this, for instance, like implicit representations that have like this spatial sense, like for instance NeRFs, with these kinds of transformer architectures where you can kind of like stream like arbitrary data and have that also like part of the 3D scene itself. So when we have, for instance, like moving stuff in a given scene, this is also a function of time. And then kind of like when a robot observes a scene, we kind of take this as a mapping from that representation onto, for instance, a sensor measurement like an image. And you could argue that having these kinds of large models, like combining these implicit representations that we have with NeRFs with this kind of like embedding space from transformers, we could get a lot of interesting kind of work that's following downstream that kind of leverages these different approaches combined. I think we're at the very beginning of these kinds of developments and no one really knows how to do that. But I think it's a very interesting time to live to see what people come up with.
Yeah, Yen-Chen, do you want to?
Yeah, this is an excellent question. So I think effectively this question, the core of this question is how do you tokenize a 3D representation? Because in GPT-4, they tokenize the video, the images, the speech, and the language. So effectively, if you can also tokenize a 3D representation, then you can send 3D representation into this giant transformer and then everything just goes back to the existing paradigm. So then this question gets to the next level is, okay, for objects, I think you can actually just take a 3D scene, render it to be, let's say, 72 views of the object, and then you just tokenize all these images and send it into the transform model. It sounds like a brute force approach, but I think this approach will work pretty well. So for object level, I think effectively you can turn 3D representation into images or videos in this case, and then just do the rest of just follow the recipe of GPT-4 and onwards. But then for like scene level, it is less obvious on how you can just convert a 3D scene into a video, and then it should contain all the information you need. That would be the baseline, but I think, yeah, we need to think about how do you encode a 3D dynamic representations into tokens. And I think some promising approaches would be previous work on encoding 3D representation to perform discriminative task. So I think by using those as an encoder, it is very possible to just encode 3D scenes into tokens and then feed them into the transformers.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting question of how do you tokenize implicit representations? I don't know, but yeah. Go ahead, Xiaolong.
Yeah, just so yeah, my answer would be like maybe just don't use implicit representation. Yeah.
Okay. I am more on the depressed side. I'm very open to, in the long run, I mean, I'm very open to the possibility that it is all not necessary, all the 3D things we do. I believe in 100 years, we might not need, I'm open to in 100 years, we might not need modeling these 3Ds. Maybe these big foundation models can do everything. I mean, it is true that I'm not like depressed by GPT-4 or whatever. I'm more depressed by the Sora thing because it is looking like you only need to have 2D supervision and a lot of data, then 3D can emerge from there. So from that perspective, then if we are just trying to learn 3D representation, do we need to explicitly learning the 3D representations? Maybe eventually when you have a lot more data, then single 2D models, 2D supervision can actually have 3D emerge. I mean, it's possible. I'm open to it. So eventually, I will be very depressed. But at the current point, I think it's still useful. So we still need to make a living. So so we are like still working on it. So I think it is true that RGBD camera is important, and encoding how to tokenize 3D is interesting, for real. But there's another aspect that some of our work try to do is to we try to fine tune the 2D vision language model using 3D data. We kind of, for example, you can do some 3D inference, like measuring objects distance in 3D space, and use those knowledges to fine tune your 2D foundation model to make it have more sense of 3D. So this is something still lacking in 2D foundation models, like not only 2D spatial relation, but 3D spatial relation, having the idea of like a larger plane, a smaller plane, it's just far further away. They are the same size of plane. And this sort of for the spatial reasoning in depth as well, we can use 3D to generate sort of data to tune 2D foundation model. I think that would be still interesting for now. But again, after 100 years, maybe it's not necessary.
Okay, thank you. I knew this question would get the most interesting feedback. I guess while Danfei is about to answer, can you all line up if you have any questions for the panelists as well?
Okay. So on the making the living right now side, I think there's a lot of opportunities to think about a problem of solving an inverse problem of foundation models, right? So image generation model in particular knows how to generate images, but they don't typically follow an image formation like NeRF. There's no underlying 3D representation. So my belief is that in order to actually make use of Sora or these foundation models, you need an underlying representation that interfaces with other part of the systems. And just have a ginormous transformer isn't particularly useful if you think more about like a system integration perspective. So the NeRF or Gaussian splatting or whatever comes to next will inform us about how we can invert the transformer to, the foundation model to a more manageable representation, sort of solving an inverse problem. So that's my perspective.
Okay, great. Are there any questions? This is your chance to ask interesting things from the panelists. Anyone have any questions?
Hi, yeah, so I guess my question is mainly for Yannik, but in general, I'm curious about if you guys have any thoughts for using these representations for simulation, not just because they kind of emerged from reconstruction and, creating things that are visually with visual likeness, but, with Unreal Engine, with a video game, you have much more interactivity at the cost of, something being tailored to a specific environment with a lot of engineering put into it. But yeah, I was curious if you have any thoughts on like how that gap could potentially be bridged for neural representations and like.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. So with the state of things right now, as we discussed, we have this kind of domain gap just in terms of the visual quality of those renderings, like from traditional like mesh-based simulators. But I see a world where these kinds of worlds could also be combined, where you might have a deliberately designed 3D, like a traditional 3D representation such as meshes, and then combine it with a scene reconstruction model that's able to like polish, or like diffusion models as well, polish it up in order to match the pixel distributions from the simulator realm to the real world. That's definitely something. You could also think about, I don't know, since Gaussian splatting is so close to point clouds from just like the implementation, you could think about having kind of like post-processing some existing assets from a traditional representation into 3D Gaussian splats that allow you to both have this kind of like access to large scale existing assets of kind of arbitrary objects that have already people like put some work into to build these over the last few decades, but still benefit from those high quality renderings that we don't get without either NeRFs or Gaussian splats.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to chime in? Okay. If not, we can move on.
Hi, I have a question, I think, from Yannik. So I'm also working on autonomous driving scene simulation using Gaussian splatting. So I saw in your results that the dynamic objects are still like blurry, and there are some low quality results there, especially in the dynamic region. So I was wondering, do you use 3D boxes or any sort of supervision where the object is? Because at the end of the day, if you want to use these results for downstream perception task training, there might be some domain gap in the object appearance and stuff. So do you have any plan for addressing that, and any idea of that?
Thank you. So I'm sorry, again, I can't talk about any details here. However, what I can say is that if you imagine, like you mentioned this domain gap between like blurry renderings of vehicles and the actual vehicles on the road. For instance, you could, if you take an off-the-shelf 3D object detector and apply it on those images, and then render the splats from the same perspective, you kind of get those annotations for free then, right? Because you're on the, it's like the same pixels that are part of this bounding box. So you can then, could then fine tune, for instance, your object detector on those sometimes blurry dynamic agents, and then still have no domain gap between real world and blurry Gaussian splats.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. And then, did you have, okay.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry. Okay. So I'm just curious about the recent trend about the generative models, like the Gaussian spotting and digital policies. My question is, I'm just curious about the recent policy, recent strategies, or kind of stochastic stuff. So that's why I think by the expense of the geometrical correctness, maybe for the reality gets much better, but maybe the geometric correctness is kind of get worse or something. So what do you think about the recent trend about something like the stochastic models rather than the deterministic, more accuracy-based model stuff?
Who wants to take that? Maybe, yes.
Can you clarify a question, David? Can you clarify a question? What do you mean by deterministic?
I mean that rather than the for example, the Gaussian splatting, it's kind of for the perceptual score, it's great. But since it's kind of their generative model, so that's why they're not predicting precisely the depths and the pose and something on their observation space. And what is more, bit different topic about the diffusion models. That one is used for their depth estimation and something like that. It requires the accuracy and precision of the observation. But since it's kind of generative model, so that's why not completely extract their precise geometry in the world. So the question is, what do you think about that? So they're more generative, something like that gets a better result. But since it's based on the generative, so
right. I think I understand you. So what you say is basically there's a lot of synthesis there. So it's basically it's not real, right? So you are in-painting the unseen part, and then it's imaginated. So it's not precise, but it looks better. It's not precise. So how do you use that? Yeah, I think it's that's why you kind of, I think that's like all the like kind of robot learning itself, like learning policy on top of the representation, is kind of basically try to avoid that even your reconstruction is not completely accurate or is synthesis or fake, but then you have latent space. You can learn a latent space, and then you can learn a policy on top of the latent space. So I think in there, so my thinking is always maybe not exact accurate reconstruction is necessary, but exact accurate reconstruction can provide supervision to train a latent space, and that latent space can be used for policy. So for me, I feel like latent feature, like representation, is always more important. And then even though it does not predict very accurate reconstruction or whatever, you can still use it and then learn the policy on top. So that's something I'm actually more thinking on that way. Yeah. So that will kind of avoid all the things that, oh, is this emphasis or it is actually precise?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, maybe last question.
Hi. So I come from the field of localization and mapping, and I have always wondered, what do you think could be interesting approaches to solve the problem of online learning of nerves?
Online.
Like to be able to build incremental maps, for example, when you want to traverse an environment with your robot and immediately see it.
Okay. Anyone want to take that on? Yeah.
Okay. I think it's definitely possible. I mean, there are a lot of work on using Gaussian splatting for SLAM, and that if you consider as a online learning, I mean, it's not learning, but it's just accumulating more blobs. It's kind of parameterized space of seeing. So I think there's definitely a lot of chance for doing that, especially if you consider the active mapping part of it, actually understanding what have you not seen before. So you may be actively trying to map that part.
Sorry, but particularly nerves, in the case of being able to learn them as a learner presentation without catastrophic forgetting. Because Gaussian splatting also has a limitation in memory utilization.
Well, you mean representation of Gaussian splatting?
No, I meant more. My question was oriented specifically to nerves.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You could also do active mapping with NeRF. But yeah, the question there is that you will have some sort of catastrophic forgetting if you keep streaming in images. So there's a lot of work on like hyper networks, try to kind of just adding in more models to make that more sort of don't forget things. But yeah, I agree. That's a challenge.
Okay, cool. I think we're out of time. So let's thank our panelists. And I think we're moving to the spotlight. Yeah.
So next up, we have spotlight talk. So can all the speakers come to the front one by one as I present some of the slides?
Check.
So the first spotlight talk, we have new GraspNet, and we have 2 minutes. So go ahead, take the stage.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'll be within 2 minutes. So hi, everyone. I'm Snehal Johri. I'm from the Perl lab at TU Darmstadt. Happy to present you new GraspNet, learning any view 6-DoF grasping in cluttered scenes via neural surface rendering. And in a nutshell, we reinterpret grasping as neural surface rendering. And this enables us to extract very good local and global features that are relevant for robotic grasping. And we apply it to mobile manipulation scenarios where we can basically use any kind of view from an embodied head camera on a mobile manipulator and still render local surfaces at a very high fidelity that enables us to do manipulation with mobile manipulators as well. Next slide. Yeah, so we reinterpret grasping as rendering. Very quickly, at a global level, you can reconstruct a scene. From the leftmost, you see a very rough point cloud, but you can still reconstruct and get very good grasp candidates. And at a very local level, for each grasp, you get very local features from local virtual cameras that can render the local object at a high resolution. And next slide, let's just show you the demo. So this is not working, but okay. You can check it out on the website, but essentially these are the kind of settings that we're working with, where the mobile manipulator is looking at it from a very tight angle, but it can still manipulate the objects and grasp the objects at this point. This paper was also recently accepted to RSS, so if you're at RSS, also reach out, and of course at the poster session right now. Thanks.
The next up, we have Gaussian splatting SLAM.
Hi everyone, I'm Hide from Imperial College London. This is a joint work with Riku and Paul Kelly and Andrew Davison. Next slide, please. The scene representation visual SLAM is an open research topic, and especially after the emergence of NeRF, differential rendering is becoming more popular. It simplifies the joint optimization process made simpler, even not just geometry and the semantics can be easily fused. But it's slow and fixed spatial resolution is not ideal for the visual SLAM. Then now Gaussian splatting comes, and of course, in terms of graphics community, high quality and high FPS rendering is definitely beneficial. But for SLAM person, this dynamic primitive allocation is the most appealing thing. This is a kind of small toy example. So the optimization starts from the really random corner of the replica scenes, but gradually Gaussian moves around freely. Then reconstruction can be done. This is ideal for the visual SLAM setup. Then, we made Gaussian splatting based visual SLAM system and make full use of explicit and manipulable property of the 3D Gaussians. And to highlight the 3D scene representation perspective, we just use 3D Gaussian without relying on any tracker system. And this works without any depth prior. And so we brought the laptop and we prepared the demos, and please come to our place. Thanks.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, next up we have DQ fields, and I guess Yishuan will be presenting remotely.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Yishuan. I'm glad to present our work, these fields. Can you play this video? I think this is one video. Is it I think this should be a video that can be played. Can you try to play it, or is that playable on your side? Or I can share my screen if that's
yeah, please
possible.
go ahead. Share your screen if you can.
Okay, cool. Let me do it. Let me open my cool. Sorry for the delay. Share. All right. Okay. Still, hi everyone. I'm Yishuan. I'm glad to present our work, these three fields. And so in this video, you can see that moving a shoe aside requires a dynamic representation. Putting shoes on the shelf requires 3D movements, which needs a 3D representation for the scene. And lastly, to align the shoes, the representation needs to encode semantic information like features for the shoe head. Foundation models have shown zero-shot generalization capability. However, this model focuses on 2D vision tasks instead of the 3D real-world robotic tasks. So consider the task of organizing this table. For the workspace shown here, we have multi-view RGBD observation. We first extract feature volume W from foundation models, and for arbitrary 3D points, we project them to the image space and fuse them together. We've realized the reconstructed mesh mask fields and descriptor fields, and mask fields show clear difference between different instances, and descriptor fields show how the consistent color pattern for object components. And here we also present a zero-shot robotic manipulation framework. Given a 2D goal image, we extract the descriptor map and then correspond with the descriptor field, which is used to define the planning cost. We also show the we also test on the various task objects and tasks. And here is an example of the utensil organization task given the 2D goal image. Although the goal image is different in terms of instances and context, our final states still align very well. Since our representation encodes semantic information, our framework could work on different instances and Go images with different styles, as shown in this grid, which indicates the generalization capability of our framework. And you are welcome to the poster session for more information. Thank you.
Next up, we have object registration in neural fields.
Hello. So today I'm Stephen. Today I'll be presenting our workshop paper, Object Registration in Neural Fields. So in this work, we're considering the task, let's say you have a robot navigating around some room and you're trying to train a nerf of this room. Because you're doing this live, you might have limited time to train and therefore your neural fields may be noisy or may be incomplete. We're considering the problem where you might say have an offline pre-computed library of neural fields which are rendered at high resolution because you can do it offline. So this particular work considers the task of neural field registration, which is the problem of basically taking a neural field in one so an object in a neural field in one environment, like a scene or a room, and replacing that object with the high resolution neural field that you computed offline. So you can see on the left-hand side, our method calculates the 6-degree of freedom pose, considering translation, rotation, and scale components between two neural fields. This can be used for downstream tasks as shown, such as object substitution to fix these unseen regions or noisy NeRF models. Or even scene generation. So we could create brand new simulated or real NeRFs of new environments by replacing out objects you already have in your NeRF in your room with completely different objects you computed offline. Yesterday I presented the work RoboNerF ICRA paper, and this particular work, there's some details here, but basically we formulate the 6-degree of freedom pose estimate as a optimization problem using a deep learning. So basically, after performing initial registration using classical techniques, we then optimize with a bidirectional optimization function. For further details, please come see me in my poster after this. On the right-hand side, we also, for this work, we also contribute a new data set. So this is a data set created using Nvidia's Omniverse environment. So this is a simulated data set with different rooms. We've got 3 different scenes containing a mixture of furniture and some distractor objects. In addition, we also include a library of object models. And in our library, we have 8 different models of a combination of chairs and tables. We're planning to open source and release code and data set. And for our data set, we're going to release all the training images used to generate each neural field and also the trained neural fields that we generated. For further details, please come find me in the poster session after this. Thank you.
Next up, we have neural elevation models for terrain mapping and path planning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Adam from the Stanford Navigation and Autonomous Vehicles Lab. And today I'm excited to share our recent work on neural elevation models for terrain mapping and path planning. So we consider the problem setting of ground vehicles operating in challenging terrain. And this is critical to many applications such as inspection, search and rescue, and planetary exploration. And for these vehicles to navigate long distances, it's crucial to have maps which can inform traversability for path planning. And typically, these maps are constructed as discrete digital elevation models, which is expensive and time-consuming. And so here our goal is to instead leverage NeRFs to directly perform construction from aerial imagery. And so to do this, we introduce neural elevation models which integrate a radiance field and a height field, which are jointly learned together. And the height field is learned through quantile regression over vertical NeRF density. So you can think about it as almost like dropping a blanket over the NeRF. So we get this 2.5D representation, which is more convenient to perform path planning for. And so once trained, we can then use the height field to optimize for continuous path planning and between long distances by minimizing a cost function for distance, change in slope, and control effort. And for more discussion and details, please come to my poster. Thank you.
Next up, we have clear splatting.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick check. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me begin with the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. We are really excited to present our work, Clear Splatting, helping robots prevent from breaking tasks. Clear splatting is along the lines of emerging work, such as DexNerf and Residual Nerf, that use 3D modeling to render depth maps informed by the actual scene geometry. An important thing to note is that our method aims to improve transparent object grasping in a tabletop setting with a mostly static scene. Clear splatting, inspired by Residual Nerf, is a three-tiered approach as follows. First, we leverage scene priors using a background 3D Gaussian splatting model, which can be reused for any subsequent object addition to the scene. Next, we add the transparent object to the scene and fine-tune the background splat model to create a residual splat model. We use depth-based pruning, wherein while training the residual splat model, we prune the Gaussians within a threshold distance from the camera. Finally, we calculate depth using mode in contrast to weighted mean approach in works such as Luton et al. Using the clear splatting approach, we are able to outperform baseline 3D Gaussian splatting and outperform NERF-based approaches by up to 87.8% mean absolute error in depth map estimation. Actually, could you press it one more time? There's actually one more figure in the slide. Yeah, perfect. Also, comparing convergence speeds for the top view case is an important aspect for grasping use case. Similar to Residual Nerf, clear splatting is able to leverage scene priors to instantly have a 10 to the power -1 order of error. Our method finally, upon convergence, as mentioned before, yields 87.8% better MAE than baselines for the top view depth estimation, albeit at lower speeds. Some future work for the approach would be accelerated convergence and extending it to scenes with restricted or no background-only information. Thank you so much for attending this talk. And my co-author, Bart, is there for the poster session. Please feel free to drop by the poster. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have static nerf.
Good afternoon. My name is Joo-hee Lee. I'm the author of Static Nerf. I'm so honored to present my research at the first RoboNerF workshop. Linear-based mappings are easily deteriorated by the presence of dynamic objects, which in turn causes issues with localization performance. Therefore, we propose a mapping and localization pipeline robust in dynamic environment. Our mapping method constructs a static map from datasets acquired in dynamic environment. Our network is based on multi-resolution hash encoding, which allows a smaller network to be applicable to robotics tasks and enables faster inference time. Inspired by NERF in the wild, our network incorporates transient field and is trained with an aleatoric uncertainty loss to separate the static field from dynamic scenes. This allows the creation of static map construction without external information such as motion segmentation. Additionally, a sampling method focused on static field enables detailed restoration. On the lower left side of this slide, our method successfully removed dynamic objects without any semantic labels or prior knowledge. To facilitate the interaction between robots and our implicit neural-based representations, localization method is deployed on our system. Inspired by RoboNerF, we applied particle filter-based method. To use static information, we only utilized the rendering result of static field. Experiments for the localization task were conducted in both static and dynamic environment. To assess the localization performance, we use LiDAR localization as a reference pose. In static environments, our approach produced precise pose estimation outperforming RoboNerF. This is evident from the comparison of each query image and its corresponding rendered image from the predicted pose as shown on the experimental result on static environment. Our method's advantage stems from the use of multi-resolution hash encoding, which enables faster inference time and higher update frequencies. Additionally, the distinction between RoboNerF and our method becomes apparent in dynamic environments. By incorporating our static map reconstruction, our approach also maintains stability and accuracy even in dynamic environment. Thank you for your attention, and please feel free to ask us any questions at our poster session. Thank you.
And our next up, we have adaptive keyframe selection for online iterative NeRF reconstruction.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Donald Dancero from the University of Sydney, and it's my pleasure today to be presenting on behalf of my co-authors who did all of the work, Josh Wilkinson, Jack Naylor, and Ryan Griffiths. So a camera on a robot can typically deliver tens or hundreds of frames a second. Meanwhile, our planoptic models prefer to work with on the order of dozens of these images. So there's an obvious mismatch. In this work, we propose an elegant way of using an incrementally constructed planoptic model like a NeRF or a Gaussian splat to tell us which frames it would prefer to work with. Our method outperforms uniform sampling in time or uniform sampling in space. It supports non-Lambertian scenes, thin features, reflections, refraction. It supports long-term autonomy in which a robot can come back to a previously visited location, in which case it will not add new frames as they're not informative. And if you'd like to know more about any of that, or why I'm using the term planoptic modeling to refer to NeRFs and Gaussian splats, or if you'd like to know about our open postdoctoral role to work on planoptic modeling for 3D reconstruction in challenging scenes, please come and have a chat at the poster. Thank you.
And our last spotlight talk is for Loner.
All right, thank you. I am Seth. I'm here with one of my co-authors, Pochan, and we are excited to present Loner, which is LiDAR-only neural representations for real-time SLAM. As the name indicates, Loner aims to ingest LiDAR scans as the only input, and then it jointly estimates the sensor trajectory and a neural implicit map. And our neural implicit map is basically just a NeRF without all the colors, so depth and density only. The challenging part of this, obviously, is getting it all to converge in real time, to get this joint estimation to converge. And there's two things we contribute to enable that. The first is a SLAM pipeline, which in parallel runs tracking and mapping threads. The tracking gets initial pose estimates with ICP, and then the mapper jointly refines those pose estimates and the neural implicit map. The other thing that really enables real-time operation is an uncertainty-aware depth loss. The key challenge that overcomes is that in SLAM applications, some areas of the map you will have learned very well and others you will have learned not so well. And so by taking advantage of our knowledge of that, we can get everything to converge in real time. And I'm happy to walk you through all the details of that in our poster session. The key results from this paper are that we are able to estimate trajectories with an accuracy competitive to things like Lego loam on a suitable sequence. And then we're also able to build a neural implicit map with accuracies competitive with offline implicit mapping methods that use ground truth poses. And so we think it's pretty promising that we can do both of these things at the same time. If you have any questions, we'll be at the poster session. We'll be happy to tell you more.
Thanks all the spotlight speakers. Next, we have lunch followed by a poster session. And finally, we'll gather here back at 2:30 for a second round of amazing speakers.
Okay, I guess we will continue with the workshop now. I hope everyone had a good poster session. Let's maybe, yeah. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Adrien Gaidon, who is a very experienced machine learning researcher, engineer, manager, executive, and investor. He's now a partner at Capital Ventures, an adjunct professor at computer science of Stanford, and a technical advisor and former head of machine learning team at TRI. Basically, since 2007, Adrien has been working on principle-centric ML, what he calls it, learning algorithms that efficiently combine concise prior knowledge and large-scale data. He has published more than 100 patents and 100 publications at top AI venues like CDPR and NeurIPS. And we are really excited to hear what Adrien has to tell us about his new ventures.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone, for having me today. Yes, so as Nick just mentioned, I just became a venture capitalist, a partner at Calibrate Ventures. So I'm warning you ahead of time. My T-shirt might be the most NeRF part of my talk. No, I'm joking. We'll talk a bit about NeRF, but I will talk about robot ventures in neural fields. But I have one particular goal for the people in this room, because I think if you're in this room, you might not know, but I really think you should build or join what we call now embodied AI, a startup in that space. So I'm going to try to convince you of that and why you're actually the right people to think about this. Let me just get there. And so my argument will be in 3 parts. The first is because you're here at the RoboNerF workshop, you know, and you contributed to, and so did I and my collaborators, to make robot vision really work. And so I think now is a really interesting time to ask yourself the question, how can we make robot vision not only work, but how can we make it useful? And I said, I think you're the right audience for this talk. And I believe because it's a great time for researchers to build a startup. And so the question is more like what it would look like. How would you go about it with your expertise in NeRF, for instance, or in vision for robots? And then finally, I'll touch on it a little bit in case I still haven't convinced you and you really want to continue a long and fruitful career in academia. I'll still try to convince you that thinking about product and thinking about use cases is actually really good for your own research. And I've been working at the intersection of both areas, research and product, for almost 17 years. And it's always been a very fruitful collaboration on both ends. So why should you listen to me do this talk, and why should you be convinced? Well, I mentioned that I've been a vision and ML researcher for the past 17 years. We'll focus on industrially applicable research. Even my first project, I'm French, and was on structural learning of Bayesian network for making industrial cheese and bread. I know it sounds like a French cliche, but it was true. And so I've been actually working on computer vision and machine learning, and in particular in video analysis at Nvidia, Microsoft Research, and Xerox, where I did the first deep nets trained on synthetic video data from game engines, so the Unity game engine, which is now something that is exploding with Sora and video transformers. So I was doing that 15 years ago. And about 7-8 years ago, there was a big rise in a huge robotics problem, which is autonomous driving. And so I actually moved from France, from the countryside, in the Alps, the mountains, to the Silicon Valley, where I started and led the machine learning efforts at TRI. And so we've done a lot of things there. We were the first people to do large-scale distributed training in the cloud. Back 2017, we were the first to deploy PyTorch models in cars and deploy self-supervised models in production. So we've done a lot of super cool stuff. I also became a professor of computer science and still am at Stanford, where I've also continued working on video analysis, also some ML theory. And so I've been in your shoes for a long time. I've been an AI researcher for, as I mentioned, 17 years. Did a lot of papers and had a lot of fun, and honestly still enjoy it very, very much. But a few months ago, something weird happened. Something kind of unusual is I went to the dark side, as the researchers typically say. I decided to become a VC. And so who here is familiar with venture capital and VC? Some of it. Okay, cool. The others, you'll find the talk useful too. So I joined Calibrate Ventures as a partner to basically invest. Like a VC is an investor in startups. So in particular, I invest in early stage deep tech startups. So deep tech meaning companies that are really founded on a core research innovation, right? Especially in the domain of embodied AI, which I care about, and I think which most people at ICRA care about, which it's kind of a bit of a hyped term, but what it means like just bringing machine learning from the web to the physical world, right? To move robots, to do like physical products. And so that's quite uncommon. I don't know if you know people that have done that. I don't know people that have done that, at least not at my stage of the career. It's kind of an old person thing later in life. And so a natural question, the question I got a lot this week at ICRA is why VC, why did I decide to do this, and why now? and what's the VC doing at ICRA? And so the reason for all that, the answer to all these questions, to the big why question, is because I've seen the evolution of research in computer vision, and robot vision really works now. And so I got very excited, not just about one idea, but about many ideas that this enables, and that can now be, I think, turned into reality. So instead of focusing on just one idea, a VC, what I do now as a VC is I'm trying to discover and support as many of those ideas as possible. And maybe some of you in this room will work with me in the future. And that's part of the reason why I'm doing this talk. So because there's basically so many things happening right now, and you might not notice, but you have the best timing in the world. I'm pretty sure that this room is going to create probably $1 billion company. And I'm not exaggerating. I know it sounds like Silicon Valley bravado, but I'm French, so I'm not that extreme. But I really sincerely mean it, because your timing is really, really excellent. This ICRA is a special ICRA, and hopefully you had seen that this week. And so now the big question in my mind, with all the things you know, all the papers you've seen, all the papers you've done yourself, and including stuff I've done, is really you should ask yourself the question, how can you make it useful? And so let's be a little bit more precise about the computer vision part, right? I think we're at the stage right now where we have real-time semantic 3D vision, right? You had a talk earlier by Jeannette Bohg. I remember the first time I went to Stanford back in 2017, she was telling me about how computer vision, and I was a vision researcher, so she was saying it to me, that how computer vision had broken her heart because of the hype, the promises that you see in the computer vision papers. And then whenever she was trying it on the robots, it was not working. She's not saying that anymore. No, very few people are saying that, right? Because now things actually work. And so we've actually done things in self-driving. So here you see, for instance, what now people call 3D panoptic segmentation, right? You have some of the organizers of this workshop are actually experts on this topic, Abhinav. So we've done, with combinations of NeRF, good old 3D geometry, self-supervised learning, structure from motion, or this recent work also that we've done with Zubair called Neo 360, where we kind of like want to do NeRF on unbounded outdoor scenes, not just, like on nice toys on a tabletop. We've actually, like, a lot of these ideas work, and they work faster. They're easier to get them off the ground. It's not just for scenes. So obviously when you do driving, you care about like these scenes, and maybe for robotics and navigation, you care about modeling scenes, but it's also about objects. We've had the similar trend in objects. And so we've also done a lot of work on that with my team at TRI and my collaborators at, at Georgia Tech with Zubair, where he was before, but also at Stanford. So we did this work, Chapeau, on implicit representations for multi-object shape, appearance, and pose estimation. And very recently, I think it's one of the last works I've done before leaving TRI, we've done this recursive field networks called Refine, or presenting it at SIGGRAPH, where we can do very efficient representation of many different textured shapes in single neural networks. And so these different advances in 3D vision, and like neural fields and etc., they can now be used not just to generate for view synthesis and make cool looking images. I mean, a lot of these things come from a computational photography background, but you have papers like LeRF, which shows that now you have like is very interesting implicit data structures that you can query in real time to do different things with the robot. And you had the Coral Best Paper Award from last year, which is called Distilled Feature Fields, which goes even one step beyond. And now you can go into the space of language-guided manipulation. So this is like a tiny glimpse, and I'm sure you've seen today, and if you're here, you know a lot of these examples of NeRF's growing role in robotics, from object pose estimation, manipulation, navigation, SLAM, all kinds of like problems that before we used to work with very separate solutions. Now this kind of grand unification of tools underlying these different problems. And there's been very fast technical progress thanks to this consolidation of the methods. around a few recipes that now we know work pretty well. Actually, just recently, and that's the benefit of doing slides at the last minute, there's been a really cool survey called NeRF in Robotics that just came out. I really encourage you to have a look at it. And here, if you see this timeline and you see that's a fraction of the papers that have been published, but what's kind of crazy is it starts at 2020, not 1980, right? So in 4 years, the amount of progress in the field has been staggering. And so I feel like this acceleration, now we've had so much research progress that the field of possibilities, the things you can do with these things, the thing that didn't used to work now and now work, has expanded dramatically. And so a question that excites me very much now, despite being more of a researcher and looking for new problems, now it's like more like I have an amazing hammer and I'm looking for nails, and there's nails everywhere. So what is possible is a really interesting question. Obviously, it's not limited to NeRF. If it was just NeRF, that would already be something, but it's even bigger than NeRF, right? Obviously, there was the ChatGPT moment, right? So foundation models with LLMs and now VLMs, and even beyond that, right? I mean, you've seen the best paper award, right, at ICRA on OpenX embodiment, like RTX, all these kind of models. There's similar acceleration and rate of progress with the recent tools, partly fueled also by better data collection. That's one super cool thing about ICRA compared to, let's say, CEPR or other places, is that you get all these cool robots, all these cool hardware, and innovations on the hardware side too, which has now a direct beneficial impact on AI and machine learning, because we have scalable ways to collect embodied data. Think Aloha, all these different things. And we've recently also contributed to that effort with the Droid big data set. And of course, finally, a robot is meant to act. So it's not just observation, modeling, view synthesis, all this kind of stuff. We've made also a lot of progress on policy learning. So the diffusion policies or ACT, all this different kind of stuff. And they all feed into each other, right? So that's why actually seeing the convergence of these and what's possible, a few months ago, I decided to switch gears and focus more on the product and the startup side and creating new things. And if you're curious a little bit more about my reasoning, I don't have the time to go into details now. We can talk about a coffee, or I've written a blog about this and about, I think, the Cambrian explosion of embodied intelligence applications of smart robots that are possible. And so that's why basically all these different research, I mean, at some point you do research because you're working on the open problems. At some point you succeed and you solve these problems, right? And then normally you move on to the next and then to the next, or you do this march of nines, for instance, in self-driving cars, you iterate. Rodney Brooks says that 10 years to get to 99.9 and then 10 more years to add another 9. So there's still a lot of problems that are open, but now there's many tasks that are possible and many startups you can build. And so hopefully I've convinced you of that in terms of the possibilities are wide open. But now you might be wondering, okay, cool, but what does it mean to make a startup? How do I go about it, right? You read it in the news, you see these numbers, but maybe you're a PhD student or maybe you've been a professor for a long time and you see some professor friends spinning out startups and you wonder, maybe I should think about this too. And so it's very complicated, it's very chaotic, but I have a very simple mental model specifically for robotics that I use personally to kind of like map the landscape with like 2 big modes, right? There's on one hand, I like to use the iRobot kind of picture. You think like the most general robots, right? Every robot is capable of everything, and they're all kind of the same because once you have a robot that can do anything, why make different robots, right? But you have also the alternative, which is more kind of the Star Wars or WALL-E version of robots, where you have many different robots. They're all smart, but they're all different. They do different jobs. They have different embodiments and different capabilities. So if you think about like basically startups in that space and what you could build, let's start with, of course, what has the spotlight right now, which is general robots. So you've heard about robot foundation models, maybe ad nauseam, but I think it's just the start, because there's a lot of stuff happening where we have basically platform general capabilities, think LLMs and things like this, that are cross-cutting across many different applications. And so why people get excited about that? Why do you hear so much about this? Why do you see maybe kind of a little bit crazy amounts of money being poured on that? is because obviously there was a ChatGPT or Llama moment, right? And now you see a lot of excitement about how can we make that happen for robots. And so that's why you see all these kind of acronyms, VLAMs, so Vision Language Action Models, or RFM, Robotic Foundation Models, or LBM, Large Behavior Models, right? So there's a big race going on at this stage, either if you're on the ChatGPT side inside big companies, big startups, or if you're more on the Llama side, some labs, industrial or research labs, like TRI is working on that too. Now the body, if you're thinking about obviously the most general form factor, natural way to think about it is humanoids, mostly. I mean, there's all the general form factors, but if you see what takes the cake these days, this is where people are focusing their efforts. On the brain side, so the AI or the machine learning models, there's also a lot of possibilities there. That's where we start to see a little bit more diversity in the approaches from basically two different extremes. One, which is the very modular type representation, and the other one, the very unified end-to-end single neural network. So there's been always this debate of what's better. I think the ideal is you get both, right? A modular end-to-end network. But in terms of system design, machine learning system design, driving, there's a lot of still debate about this. I think in robotics, there's also a lot of debate about that, including with new types of modular design, which you might hear a lot about, which is agentic systems, like basically multi-agent systems inside the robot itself, or even multi-robot collaboration, which has been a long-standing topic and being revived now. Where I think there's the most differentiation between both research approach and startups in that space is not so much on the goal or the body or the brain. It's really about the data, right? Because all of these approaches are fueled by machine learning, which now you say AI, but it's machine learning, right? It's not magic. And so it's data-driven programming, right? And so in terms of data, you see many different approaches, right? From, I want to train on all of YouTube videos, right? Think, how crazy it is that when OpenAI announced Sora, they did mention, and we are thinking a major application of this is world models for robots, which I think they're very far from this. But that's a direction, just more research direction right now than startup, I think viable plan, but some people are giving a shot at it. Synthetic data, it's always been a big play. I think there's a lot of really cool simulators and a lot of people very bullish on those simulators that have been building them and want to continue using them. There's obvious benefits in that. There's a trade-off also seem to real, which we understand. But that's another direction that's very different. And then another one that's probably both the oldest and the newest is scalable teleoperation systems. So think about Aloha or UMI, Universal Manipulation Interface. And again, the Droid dataset we built is also related to these approaches. So in terms of data, we have a really rich plethora of hypotheses that people pursue with different levels of research maturity. But if your expertise is in one area or another, I think that's where you have potentially an advantage. And definitely something you should think about seriously as the part of your startup. Of course, data, when people say data is the new oil, data is the new gold, and then people criticize it's not, it's complicated, right? There's a lot of hype, but as you're scientists, there's a part of truth and there's a part of signal, part of noise. But that for sure, it's not just purely data-driven programming. Even ChatGPT, which is hailed as a big success of self-supervised learning, even our monocular depth networks, which are self-supervised largely, you still need supervision. So you still need to think about you're teaching it by examples, but you need to provide feedback. There's a human in the loop typically in the form of specifying labels. If you're doing a modular vision system, in terms of rewards, if you're a reinforcement learning person, or demonstrations, if you're an imitation learning and behavioral cloning person. Now, this space, the space of general robots, right, is really exciting right now because there's lots of fundamental research progress on all these different axes, and you can see that it basically kind of branches out, especially at the data level, and there's very impressive demos. However, and if I stop my talk here, you'll be like, all right, who's this Silicon Valley hipster guy that's just talking about all the hype? I was there at the first keynote, right? Today, the start of ICRA by Yoki Matsuoka, and she had this slide, which I think is, is real. It's an interesting slide on how VCs are changing how they invest and how robotic valuations are exploding. And specifically, it's robotic companies that are exactly in this kind of horizontal startup mode, right? The horizontal, like world domination. I want the most general robot, the robot foundation model, right? Like they're all building a general platform. Just Figure. What I find funny is that Figure is like 2.2 billion valuation, but it's actually 2.3 billion. It's like now 300 million doesn't even register. You know, skills, physical intelligence, 1x, all these kind of things. But she also said, you know, we're in a crazy bubble, so be careful and be responsible. I think I agree with that. I think a lot of people think that. And even the people that signed those checks, which I'm not one of, and I'll explain to you why, but we all kind of see this, right? But there's a reason why it still happens. And it goes slightly beyond the technical, right? It's into the financial. And so now, like a little bit of kind of the dark, not so dark, but like not so well-known kind of voodoo knowledge. There's not just voodoo in deep learning. There's also voodoo in startups and in financing. And so there's this book called The Power Law, which explains how, it's a very cool book. It's like the history of Silicon Valley, basically, right? It goes from the traitorous 8 and the birth of the transistor to all the way to now in our AI era. But it explains how venture capital is subject to the power law, right? Success is based on a few outliers that yield outsized returns. So investments are typically like basically follow a Pareto distribution, right? And there's some theoretical arguments for it, but it's also largely a statistical argument, where basically if you imagine you have a nice $100 million piggy bank, right? That's given to you as a VC. It's you know, partly your money, but it's mostly the money of other people that give it to you and for you to invest. And so what's going to happen is that most of the startups you finance, right, especially in early stages, right, let's say at least 80%, right, they're going to fail. But when they fail, the worst thing that can happen to you is you lose your money. You lose $100 million. However, and that's the power law distribution, right? What happens on the right side of the curve is that for the remaining startups, the few that actually succeed, they yield outsized returns, right? They become the next Facebook, or they become, you know, like Toyota sells 10 million cars a year. Maybe this is the next company that sells 10 million robots per year, something like that, right? And now what you do is you gain $1 billion, right? And if you do very basic probability distributions, you know that you should make that bet any day, right? Because you're winning money in expectation, right? So it's pretty clear. And actually, in general, the odds are much worse than this. So you're kind of saying, hey, well, but in practice, what if it was 90%, 99% and 1%? Well, as you change the odds and it reflects a bit like bigger bets, bolder bets, riskier bets, you travel further on that right curve. So the probability is lower. But historically, what has been happening is that the numbers go way up on the right side. But of course, they don't budge on the left side. Why? Because you cannot lose more than the $100 million you put on the table. But you can gain unlimited upside in theory, right? And that's what people are trying to do, right? So that's why you see this like big checks, big valuations, huge companies in terms of like world domination plans, right? They're traveling far out in this right curve because what they're looking for is the black swan. So that's also a very famous economics notion, right? It's a great book by Nicolas Taleb, where they explain basically that for those of you that are not familiar with black swan theory, it's a metaphor that describes an event that comes as a surprise, number one, has a major effect, number two, and number three, which is not a lot of people like remember this last one, is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight, right? So that also shows why VCs like this that make the bet, they're successful, and then they say, but that's really because we're smart, not because we're lucky. Give us more money, we'll do it again, right? And it keeps going up like this. And so really what people are looking at here in that space, and that's a type of venture capital. So basically, if you think Andreessen Horowitz, if you think Sequoia, if you think SoftBank, right? They write these huge checks, not because they're idiots, right? But because they're playing this game. They're traveling along the power law, and they are aiming for the black swans because they are looking for the next $1 trillion corporation. And we know it's an inevitability, right? We're all here because we believe in the future of robotics. We don't know when, we don't know how it looks like, but we know for sure there's going to be a $1 trillion robotics company. So these people are actively after it, but that's a game. Again, it's a black swan. So basically you need a bazooka, you need $1 billion fund to kind of like hopefully get one of these black swans in your portfolio. Now, that might be a little depressing if you're thinking, well, there's might be just one, right? So why even play the game? Well, I think that ignores, and that's what most of this book and other things to me as an outsider in the field, I've always asked this question when I was reading these things and learning is like, what happens in the middle, right? It's a continuum. Is that void? Is that nothing there? And I think not. And I think in particular for robotics, it's definitely not the case, because in this middle of the power law curve, I think is another possibility, right? It's not just going to be $1 trillion corporation, winner take all, and the rest is going to die. So all your companies are either you're going to be the next Jeff Bezos or you're going to, be miserable. I think that the reality, if you think about $1 trillion, I think it's much more likely in robotics that we're going to see 1,000 billion dollar plus companies than $1 trillion company. We'll see one in the end, but not right now. And the main reason that I believe this is because, again, if we go to the two extremes of robotics that I mentioned earlier, the general robots is cool, but I think that people are underappreciating the potential of domain-specific robots. Now, there's a huge field between your grandpa's industrial automation, right? The robots, that's dumb robot, that's a spot welder, that's open loop, that's always like doing at the same location in space, no matter what's there, like a car, someone's face or whatever, right? And these robot foundation models, like the dream of, whatever, AGI people in robotics, right? I think there's a huge space in between of like smart robots, like again, think Star Wars and Wally World, that's in the middle there. And that actually is like something that is well known to computer vision people. And so if you haven't seen my friend and colleague at Stanford, Professor Fei Li's TED Talk that just came out recently, she talks about how there's an equivalence between biological and robotic systems where the diversity of life came from the birth of vision, right? And that resulted in this Cambrian, the biological Big Bang, right? The Cambrian explosion. And now we're seeing, we're entering, I believe, and she believes too, and if you don't trust me, trust her. She knows what she's talking about. That we're getting into an era of Cambrian explosion of embodied AI, Cambrian explosion of robots, partly because of the spatial intelligence, partly because of NeRF and all these technologies, but partly because of all the rest that we talked about also earlier, the foundation models, etc. And so it sounds like aspirational and philosophy, but remember, I'm a VC now. I have to put my money wherever my mouth is. And I have to find these companies that do it and say, I believe in you. I'm actually writing you a check and I'm actually working for you now. And so I joined Calibrate Ventures because they've been early stage investors for a long time and they made a lot of robotics bets. And so we made a few bets on a few companies that what people call a hands-on a value-add investor. There are some people like in the business of selling dollars, they just write you a check and they say, all right, see you when you made me a rich person, right? But I'm passionate about this and I want to work with the people in this area. So for instance, a few of the companies we work with and we financed is Cobot, Collaborative Robotics, which is led by Brad Porter, which is the former head of Amazon Robotics. So, just shipped 550,000 robots, Then we also work with FarmWise, so literally robots in the fields, which are mechanical weeders that help deal with like less pesticide, all this kind of stuff. Soft robotics, gray matter robotics. Gray matter is actually super cool. They do a robot sender. So if you work in NeRF, for instance, that dealing with surfaces is not what NeRF is best at because of the volumetric rendering that's involved. And so that's why there's a lot of people that add different kind of like, data structures in combination with NeRF to help treat surfaces better. Well, here you go. You have a robot that deals specifically in surface treatment with like robot sanding, painting, and all these different things. It's not just dull, dirty, dangerous. I mean, there's also built robotics, but it's also like human-centric robotics. We have a company called Embodied. We don't have a company. We help a company. It's not our company, right? That's called Embodied. That does a robot called Moxie, but really what they do is they do emotional intelligence robots to help kids, elderly, and all this kind of social robotics that is really important, for instance, for the aging society and things like that. And so what all these companies have in common, at least the ones we're looking for, is have a few attributes that we care about, and mostly around 3 categories. And that's important for you as a founder to know that you need to pay attention to these 3 categories: team, tech, and business. So in terms of the team, it's fairly simple. And again, I said, you in this room, you might not know that you're actually great startup material, right? Yourself. Why? Because typically you're at ICRA, you're part of this community, you're holding yourself to the highest standards of academic excellence, right? Like publication, etc. You know, this reviewer too that you hate, well, it makes you better, you know? And you build credibility over time. You show that you tackle hard problems, you make rigorous evaluation, all these different things, right? So that's building credibility, which is something for a deep tech company. Again, that's a company that new products enabled by mature technical breakthroughs. How do you know that that person is capable of doing it? Well, you look at the paper trail, right? And so credibility is important. Founder market fit. That, again, that's what's an interesting dimension, is that maybe you work in some particular area of robotics, let's say prosthetics, right? Because you care about this deeply for a personal reason. This is great. You should definitely be proud of this, right? That is going to be a source of motivation and a source of credibility, and what you would see VC call founder market fit, right? Can we, you know, when we listen to your story, if we say, well, we can't imagine a person better than that person to do this, this is a great signal that that person is going to be committed to the highs and lows. You know, there's much meaner people than reviewer twos, you know, in the world. And when you do a startup, you want to have some passion for what you're dealing with. So I think that's really important. Unfair advantages, etc. That's like a given, right? As you're going into a competition, but again, you are accustomed to that, right? But an important part that maybe you underestimate, but again, you might even underestimate your own abilities there, is storytelling. So, you know, at the heart of investment, you know, is like fear and greed, right? But it basically means emotions. And so what's really important is you need to be authentic about why you want to do this, because it's hard, and you need to clearly be able to communicate that authenticity. And so being able to tell a really good story, which is fundamental also as scientists, right now, to explain why your paper is worth reading amongst the many other papers that are happening right now every day. You have to be able to tell a compelling story. So you're also trained in that, and so you should continue leveraging that asset. Now, tech, obviously, you're at ICRA, you publish at these conferences, and you work in robotics. So just being strong technically. Also, I think the hard part here might be the maturity of the breakthroughs. A lot of the people, a lot of the time, get excited a little bit too much too early about progress, right? And so I think the maturity is the part where it might be the biggest gap between research and product, right? There's a lot of different things that I'll skip over. But the one thing I want to double click on really is the business, because that's really like the dirty side for academics typically, but it's not the dirty side, it's the real side. And I really want you to pay attention to this. It's, if you make a startup, you're making a business, you're making a product, right? That's different, right? So you need to think about customers. You need to think about competition, right? Because that, you know, if people like it generally, if you have a good idea and you're good at what you do, you might not be the only one in the world, especially on such a hot topic as you know, I've seen this with AI and computer vision, but robotics is becoming one now. That's the reality, and you have to grapple with it. Things like go-to-market. Great, you have great tech, great team. You know exactly what pain point you're solving. You're providing a painkiller, not a vitamin. That's an analogy we typically use in VC. But how are you going to get it into the hands of the people? How are you going to convince people to, you know, partner with you? And in the early stage of a startup, you're not just selling something, you're building it together with your early customers. And so this go-to-market strategy is honestly, out of the 400 companies I've seen in the past few months, that's the #1 reason we don't make a deal, right? That's the #1 reason we don't fund a startup, is because of a lack of clearly thought out go-to-market strategy. And the biz model, which includes things like pricing and all this kind of stuff. And so the reason I spent a little bit more time on this is because by far, I knew this coming from, you know, like even industrial research, right? And dealing with budgets and stuff like this, etc. I know my gap was here and I wanted to learn. That's also part of became a VC, learned a lot about that. And oh boy, I was right. So like hundreds of startups I've interviewed in the past few months. And the overwhelming majority of the research founders, like I fall in love with the researchers, I fall in love with their idea, I fall in love with the startup, and I arrive at the business level and there's nothing, and it breaks my heart. So if you think about this, you're going to have a superpower. You're going to be like better than, you know, like you're going to be 1 out of 400. So if you care about this and you keep an open mind, I think there's a lot to learn there and lots to develop, and that's going to make you better. So you can, so how do you go about this, right? So that I didn't know, right? So you can read these books, you can talk to people, you can talk to me, I can tell you a little bit, but there's a few simple things that you could just like, you're used to critical thinking, right? So you should ask yourself, and you're used also to think about the future, you're used to extrapolation, to formulating hypothesis. It's the same muscle. It's exactly the same muscle, right? So here you ask yourself, how will you become a $1 billion company, right? What is your path to making $1 million in revenue, $10 million? $100 million of annual revenue, right? You should ask yourself these questions because I'm going to ask you those questions. Any investor is going to ask you those questions. And if you come up with, you know, the field of dreams, like build it, they will come. Who's they? How will they come? You know, they will just drive to the middle of Iowa to attend some ghost baseball game. No, you have to have a strategy. There's a lot of resources. I think this is one that's, I think it's pretty interesting. At a very high level, it's Peter Thiel's book called 0 to 1. Has a list of, it's very opinionated, but I think it's a good base. The 7 questions that every business must answer. So you should have a look at that. But beyond the generic advice you'll see, I want to give you some specific advice for people here in this room about data in particular, and in particular about embodied data. Because I think, now things iterate so fast. You might have been scooped in, in your own research, or seen a lot of startups that were ID you were thinking about and things like this. This is normal. This happens all the time. And I don't think it's just execution. What you hear people says like, then, the only differentiator is how fast you run, right? And I think that's true. But I believe that data, which is both underrated and overrated, is something very important to think about when you're making a robotic startup, and especially if it's a very heavy computer vision product. And data is both defense and offense in this case, right? So the best defense is offense. So I think really having a clear data strategy is important. Why? Because robots are fundamentally machines that are designed to turn data into actions, okay? So data comes first. So if you're thinking, I'll build a robot and, and then I'll talk to people and I'll have a useless robot that they're willing to buy so that then I collect data. So then the robot that they paid for is useful. That's a very hard proposition. You have to have a very kind of special relationship with the customer. So basically it has to be your mom, right? That's willing to buy the thing that costs more than a car. That's freaking useless for some time until you figure out, your research thing, right? Like that's a very hard proposition. So data comes first. So if you have an advantage in terms of data, you have an advantage that is sizable. And the 0 to 1 book of Peter Thiel, what's really important there is that 0 to 1 is one of the hardest steps. It's the most exciting one, but it's also one of the hardest steps. And you will hear a lot about data flywheel. Even we talk a lot about data flywheel, but the data flywheel is something that's hard to start spinning. But once you start spinning, you have an unstoppable momentum, right? That's what it's good at, right? So one way to do this, and you know this if you are a field roboticist, right? But it's really that, and that if you've had that muscle, it is again an advantage. Deploy early and iterate fast in the field, right? I think that's important for research. That's definitely important for product, right? It's hard to do. It's very hard to do. I think it's actually harder to do in products, right? But if you have built that muscle in research, carry that muscle forward in a startup because that's going to serve you very well. And the final thing, because it's a startup, I have to talk again about money. And I know it's a lot about money, this thing, right? But that's what a startup is about. You have to think about it, right? Is ideally, you want to get paid twice. What do I mean by this? Again, when you make a product, right, what you want to do is you want to deliver value to a customer, right? How do you know you deliver something valuable? Well, if people are willing to pay you money, right? But again, the age of AI, what matters is the product gets better with use. The more customers you have, the more data you have, the better the product gets, right? That's the goal of machine learning, learning from experience. The more experience, the better. And so that's where you have really an unstoppable flywheel, unstoppable momentum. If you build something that is useful off the factory floor so that people want to buy it, give you money, and as they use it, they give you data, which gets a better product, which then convinces more people. Let's say people are less early adopters, but more mass consumers, right? Like the mass market, right? Or you have new features, right? Let's say you start a vacuum cleaner and then suddenly you can do more stuff than that. You can just push stuff around, rearrange the room, et cetera, right? So that's the regime you want to be in. It's hard, but if you're in that regime, you're set up for success. And then finally, I'll give I know I'm super out of time, but and thank you for sticking a bit around longer. I'll wrap up quickly on the last thing, which is I know I talked a lot about startups, right? And I'm trying to convince you to do one because I think you are the right people to do this. But maybe not all of you, right? Maybe some of you are really strongly on the academic side. I know there's still a part of me that's that, and I scratch that itch as an adjunct professor at Stanford, and I love ML theory, and that's, I don't think I could make a startup in ML theory, but, I think there's a place for everything. But I do really appreciate being at the intersection of both research and product. And that can mean at the same time, or that can mean alternating between one and the other. And if you remember a little bit my career, I've been doing the pivot between the two. I think it's really healthy to alternate. And I think that right now you are also in a kind of an era where, for instance, you have open core companies or companies that are publishing some of their key findings, and that doesn't impede their product from being different, right? And so you can have a lot of opportunities to be open about the research while you build a product. So you can do both at the same time. But it's also, if you look at the longer horizon, you can be alternating from one to the other, right? I've done that, right? I've done this from academia to industry, and now even to venture capital. So kind of everything is really possible. And so again, this notion of iteration in the field, it applies to you, not just to your robots, right? You can go from the lab to the field and back. Again, deploying in the field, participating to a product, this yields maximum information gain. So not just for your robots, but for yourself. The other thing is that there's many problems now as the technology matures, as things start to work, many of the research problems start to become things that we really care about in a product. So the boundary is very blurry. So for instance, in terms of NeRF, I mentioned accuracy around surfaces, really cool research project, right? Or like articulation, deformable surfaces, all this kind of stuff. You'll see papers on that, but you'll see people actively working on enabling that in their product too. Efficiency. It's not just an engineering thing, right? It can be an algorithm thing. It can be a data thing. It can be many different things. But even the engineering thing is interesting. So training, inference, storage, like if you look at, for instance, NeRF, recent advances, like one I like is the refined stuff I mentioned, but the level of Gaussian stuff also with Gaussian splatting, right? Gaussian splats are not better looking than the NeRFs, and especially the latest NeRFs, but they're much faster, right? Why is that exciting? Well, because it opens up things to run on your phone or on your robot or many different things, right? So robustness, cost also, right? Cost effectiveness of robots, right? Like there's a big revolution happening right now in lower cost arms. How do you enable to reduce your BOM cost by half? By using more maybe robust algorithms, right? Better control algorithms. So, and the last thing that I'll say here is that being at the intersection or like navigating, pivoting from one to the other, doing the pendulum is really nice because doing something useful is incredibly gratifying. Like one of the things that I really super proud of is the fact that we deployed vision algorithms in mass production vehicles to save lives. And like in safety systems, not autonomy, we haven't solved autonomous driving, right? But in our research, we have a meaningful impact in the world. And robotics has so much potential for impact that, I think it's, you will find that it's incredibly gratifying to do something useful. So to conclude, why you should join or build an embodied AI startup. I think robot vision works now. So an interesting question, and in my opinion, the most interesting question right now is how can we make it useful? So try to make it useful. How? There's basically different approaches. There's the world domination plans, like if you want to do a big horizontal robotic foundation model, right? And aim for the black swan and try to be the next $1 trillion company. There's companies you can join. You can try to build it yourself. People do, right? People from this community that actually, some colleagues of yours. Or you can try to be part of the thousands of billion-dollar companies that's going to rise and aim for the many different vertical applications of robotics that are highly useful. You as researchers and hopefully would-be founders, for some of you, just remember, it's not just about the team. It's not just about the tech. It's also about the business. You have to care about this, right? And finally, even if it's not for you and the startups are not for you, I still encourage you to think about what's useful because that is going to enrich your research and you personally. So if you want to build, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to continue the conversation, and you can find some contact information on my website. Happy to take questions.
Yeah, thank you, Adrien, for the very interesting talk. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I guess you will probably be around in front of the room or something after the questions.
I'll be around for the coffee break, and thank you for letting me eat 15% of your coffee break, or 15 minutes more than 15%. And I'll be at the panel also.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions in the room and then go to coffee break. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I've got 2 short questions. I'll make it quick. So other than financing, what are the benefits or support can Calibrate actually offer to new robot ventures? So like I'm expecting something like entrepreneurship coaching or any kind of like finding a co-founder, something like that.
Yep. Yes. So we're not an accelerator. So we're a seed stage investor. We do some pre-seed also investment. So what we do offer is the networking side of things. So we can connect. So for instance, Cobot that I mentioned, right? We connected them with their customers. So they found their first customers through us. So we can connect with technical talent also. So I actually do sometimes some interviews to recruit scientists for or engineers for these companies. Technical advice. If people are more, you have like some things that are more market driven, than technical driven, I can help on the technical side. My co-founders are really good on the business side. So a lot of advice, support, network, and the funding is still also important, right? It's like there's deep tech takes time, it takes, maybe 10 years to really make a successful company. And so we accompany, we're not just a 1 check writer, we're typically 2 checks and then help, like for instance, Cobots raised their Series B recently of $100 million. And that's, we've been helping with that.
I'll make it quick again. So I'm an aspiring PhD student, but at the same time, I want to also start a company as well. So I'd like to hear your honest opinion about a startup founder who is also a graduate student.
Yep.
So like it seems like universities seem to like encourage actually starting venture startups.
Yep.
But in the perspective of VC, it might be like students have to like write papers, but also has to run a company. So
everything is possible. And I've seen kind of everything. It varies a lot by university because every university has its own IP rights. So some universities encourage a lot to have like really good, they're founder friendly. For instance, some of my alma mater in France, they would say we own 50%. And that's typically like, leaves no room for anyone else. So it depends on your university. It depends on the problem you're tackling with. I've even seen people pause their PhD. I've seen people do both at the same time. And not burn out. That's like asterisk, right? You have to manage yourself. Or I've seen people drop out. If you build something, it's taking off, the rocket ship, you just go. So I think everything is possible. You have to look at the specifics.
Thank you.
But good questions.
My question is, first of all, thank you for your wonderful presentation. And my question is about a very specific curiosity about your subject opinion on this question. So when we think about general robots, we mostly visualize them as humanoids, as you mentioned. But there is no like objective agreement on whether this humanoid form factor is the best for the general robot purpose. So from investor or VC type of people's standpoints, what makes these humanoids more attractive than other kinds of design?
Yep. I think we go back to this plot on the power law that I mentioned earlier. It is attractive if you want to aim for the big horizontal play, right? And something that works in as many domains for as many applications as possible, right? That's the assumption, right? Is that, for instance, productivity gains or labor cost replacements or all this kind of stuff, right? Lowering labor costs. They look at where people are right now, and we need more people and we don't have them, or we need to help people. There's not just automation is one thing, and there's labor shortages if you replace people that don't exist, right? But there's also amplification, a lot of amplification. And if you have like this kind of use cases where you don't know what the robot is supposed to do, but it's supposed to collaborate with humans in a somewhat unstructured environment, it does make sense to have a humanoid. But I think I would like to generalize the humanoid and see a little bit more humanoids that don't have legs. Because I think a lot of applications, for instance, in factories, for instance, you can have wheels. Yeah. You do reduce a little bit the generality in theory, right? But I think, again, it's a continuum. So be yourself. You can actually imagine, like, that's the beauty of robots, is that you can design your own robot the way you want, right? So, you know, humanoids is a way, but there's many, many ways.
Yeah, thank you for your answer.
Okay.
Okay, then I guess thanks. Let's thank Adrien again and then enjoy some coffee before we continue with the next talk of Angela at 3:30.
Yes, I know your name, but we never met, but I know your research. Yeah.
My student early on spent about 25 years there.
Yeah.
But I work on a lot of different areas.
Yeah.
The navigation, more like just want to say hi and really
Yeah.
enjoy it.
Yeah. What do you think? Are you also? I know every professor now is making a startup.
Yeah, actually graduated and he started a company on large language models.
Oh, cool. I actually just funded a former student of mine that did Gen AI for education too. Yes, there are a few. Yeah.
They feel this is kind of a valid market.
Yes. And it's definitely an area that's becoming more and more important.
Yeah, because it's Indian, and then you study India, like for the entrance, college entrance exam preparation, there's a lot of tutoring needs.
Yep. So yeah, actually my former student also did the same. He's also Indian, and also for exam preparation. Yeah, I think it's a lot of people have similar ideas. So but it's good. It's good. I think it's like important to test many different hypotheses, different random seeds also, you know.
And then if you need any help, let me know, because I sometimes help VCs to evaluate some startups.
Perfect. Now we know each other, so for sure we'll reach out. Yeah. Hit me up on LinkedIn, or I'll connect with you on LinkedIn so we can continue chatting. But I regularly go on campus, so. Yes. I taught CS 131 last quarter, so I'm free for now. Thank you, guys. Hey.
A problem doesn't really need one professor.
Yeah.
So currently I'm working on.
Yep.
But it doesn't really need one professor depending on the scenario you want to.
Yeah.
So how does
I think there's either you make the most general form factor, and if it's not possible, you can make multiple robots, or I think the really exciting thing in some of the companies, they haven't revealed their robots. I can say who and stuff like this, but modular robots that can be reconfigured, not by itself, like not the sci-fi crazy stuff, but like you can change the end effectors easily, you can change the arms, you can change the base. So yeah, so or any kind of part of the robot is modular. So if you have really good mechanical engineers and really good robot designers, you can design robots where it's fairly easy to change their form factor. I think a lot of people in my circles in ML and AI, they are thinking robotics is like hardware is a commodity, and they just hoping that they can just Amazon order the robot that they want and it's going to ship from China and it can be perfect. I think there's a room for that, but in the vertical integration, all the companies that I know, especially more on the robotic sides, they design their robots in such a way that it's aligned with the task, and they iterate on the robots too, right? Because you design it and then you realize it's not the right thing and you need to change. And also, if you're full stack and you go from the bare metal all the way to the AI, you can diagnose issues at any level and you can iterate at any level. And so I think in the early stages, you should worry about supply chain. You should worry, like, if you have the good design, how are you going to scale it? But you should think about the design. I think it's,
The reason, like, designing is one of the We can go slowly into a big complicated area.
Yeah.
It's better if this is a single unit item that you need to worry about and you just focus on.
I mean, the caveat to all that is that if you're doing pure like single arm manipulation, right, like that, yes, you can assume it's a commodity, right? You can still think about end effector design and stuff like this, but yeah, like that. I think parallel grippers are quite powerful. I'm gonna move.
Yeah, we'll move to this outside. Don't worry. That's
good.
pretty cool seeing.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Sorry, it ended up taking way too much time.
Definitely bridge side between the yeah. Hopefully we'll have that was just questions.
Okay, everyone. I hope you had a somewhat short but good coffee break. Our next speaker today is Angela Dai. She's an assistant professor at the Technical University of Munich, where she leads the 3D AI lab. Angela's research focuses on understanding how the 3D world around us can be modeled and semantically understood. Previously, she received her PhD in computer science from Stanford University in 2018, advised by Pat Hanrahan, and her Bachelor in computer science from Princeton in 2013. Her research has been recognized through an ERC starting grant and various awards like the European Eurographics Young Research Award, Google Research Scholar Award, a ZDP Junior Research Group Award, and she received an ACM SIGGRAPH Outstanding Doctoral Dissertation Honorable Mention, as well as a Stanford Graduate Fellowship. And with that, Angela, I think you can take it away from here.
Thanks a lot for having me here, especially hosting me remotely. Would have been really awesome to be in Japan, but unfortunately not this time. So I want to talk a bit about the use of neural fields for 3D perception in particular. My lab is looking at machine perception on the side rather than maybe core robotics. So what we're looking at is really capturing from sensor data the underlying geometric and scene structures of real-world kind of environments in order to be able to enable things like generating real virtual kind of interactions or interactable environments. Of course, also to enable robots to be able to perceive 3D in the same kind of way that we as people do. And so in particular, there have been a couple of interesting paradigms here in works on neural fields that kind of mimic how we traditionally used to go about optimizing for 3D reconstructions, which is to say, given a set of posed image observations of an environment, then we can go ahead and optimize for the 3D scene reconstruction underlying these kinds of observations without taking into account learned priors. And this is, of course, also a very popular formulation now for neural fields. And neural radiance fields in particular, but in general kinds of neural fields as well have been very powerful in this setting of single scene optimization. Of course, there are still advantages to having these learned priors, in particular, especially with respect to 3D reconstruction. We can actually learn about things in regions that are unobserved in order to learn about what is likely to be there in terms of missing geometry. So I want to talk about what we can potentially do to kind of try to combine together these paradigms in this notion of neural parametric models. So in this case, we want to leverage learned priors in order to learn some latent space of what shapes and parts look like in terms of single objects and their decompositions. And then at test time, when we see a new observation of an object, we can try to map it into the latent space and optimize in order to fit to the latent features that best represent that particular observation. So we can still leverage optimization in order to get a more accurate reconstruction here. So this is what we've done in particular for an input RGBD scan here. You can see the reconstruction. It's incomplete in some regions due to missing observations and certainly not 100% clean geometry. And we want to be able to recognize the different objects and their complete part decompositions, so filling in also the missing or unobserved regions in the space. So what we do here is from this reconstructed RGBD scan, we can go ahead and try to map into a learned latent space. In particular, here the scan is noisy in particular ways. Mostly the chair legs are often missing because they're usually very thin or metallic objects that aren't captured well by the RGBD sensors. And so when you do a projection into a learned latent space, you often see some artifacts and issues in these regions where we don't have a lot of observations. But then we can actually optimize against this input scene observation that we've seen, in particular for a few things, in order to more precisely match the observed input geometry that is in the scan, and then also to leverage some common sense reasoning that this is one single scene. So if we see repeated object instances of very similar geometric structure, we can potentially optimize them together such that they are using information. So for instance, if in one chair you don't see any of the chair legs, but in another chair observation, you might see one or two of the chair legs, we can leverage this information together in order to get a much cleaner reconstruction of the objects in the environment. So that latent space that I was talking about is learned in a pretty simple fashion here. We have a neural field that represents the geometric decomposition of that shape into parts. So here we have the XYZ location in space. This is a part-based decomposition, so we all have the class category embedding here, and this is an optimizable latent that's being fed into an MLP that predicts the SDF of that particular part in that region of space. And so we end up with this geometric representation, where if we then go ahead and interpolate through these learned latent codes, we can move around in the latent space. And so this is going to be optimized against perfect synthetic ground truth from PartNet, where we have the ground truth distance fields, and then we can just optimize it with a regularization term on the latent codes, such that it's a more meaningful optimized space manifold that we obtain based off of the part decomposition. So if we just move around in this part latent space, you can see the different kinds of shapes that can be configured. And this is a really nice smooth space to go around. It does have the small downside that in this case, shapes are usually composed of both discrete and continuous choices. So when we enforce a continuous manifold onto the shapes, you can actually end up with intermediary shape representations that might not be completely realistic. So going between like 2 and 3 table legs that you see here, for instance. On the other hand, the neural fields part of the representation makes it highly optimizable. And so that means we can go ahead and just stick these objects into the scenes that we observe, and then optimize such that they better fit to the input geometry, and they are constrained against each other in terms of the stylistic similarity. And that means that we can get much more accurate reconstructions based on input observations, since we're not just making a feed-forward network guess, but we can actually optimize against geometric constraints that have been observed. And so that results in a more accurate reconstruction of the shapes. And you can probably better see that in terms of the qualitative results of the reconstructions here in comparison to prior work that also reasons about objects and their individual shape components in the environment. So I think this is a nice kind of paradigm to leverage both the learned priors and the optimization capability of neural fields, where their sort of dense nature enables really smooth gradient flow in the optimization. And that's quite powerful, of course, with today's deep network machinery. So this is really flexible, and we can now do things like test time optimization that enable more accurate reconstructions to input observations. Of course, radiance fields are probably the most popular version of neural fields. And what we've done before in terms of this kind of small geometric shape domain, you can use large data sets like ShapeNet and so on in order to optimize for them in terms of having ground truth reconstructions. But in terms of radiance fields, that's more challenging to obtain, since these are optimized from real data and scenes. So we can try to leverage the learned priors in a different fashion. So for instance, if we want to construct a semantic map of a real environment, you can go ahead and take a bunch of posed RGB images from a scene and run state-of-the-art panoptic segmentation in terms of just getting these really nice segmentation results on a per frame basis. Of course, the reasoning occurs now here in the image domain. So we don't have any multi-view consistency across these predictions from the 2D network, which we're going to use as the learned priors. And we want to have a consistent 3D map for perceptual reasoning here. So what we want to formulate here is to take these RGB images from a scene and their machine-generated 2D panoptic segmentation in terms of semantics and instances, and then lift them together into this volumetric scene representation such that we actually end up with a consistent 3D representation of the semantics and the instances in that scene. So that's going to be optimized through this neural fields in the volumetric rendering formulation. So the generated color out of that neural field should be matching the original color images, and the semantics should maintain consistency with the original machine-generated semantic predictions. So what we can end up with in this optimization is to obtain this really nice 3D consistent representation when you go through and render the optimized neural field that has these consistent semantics baked into them. In particular, because we have the semantics and the instances, we can go ahead and do some fun things like removing a specific instance by just deleting that particular instance ID or reduplicating it elsewhere in the environment. Moving around that particular instance in a rigid fashion, or just extracting it completely from the environment. So the way that this works in terms of the underlying neural field optimization is that we have a tensor representation for the density and color in terms of the standard neural radiance field formulation. We also have small MLPs for the semantics and the instance IDs that should encode the panoptic 3D scene representation here. And so all of these are then going to be rendered. We have the standard photometric loss in terms of the L2 consistency of the RGB. In terms of semantics, we would then want to make sure just that the rendered semantic class categories match with machine-labeled semantics. So we have a normalized cross entropy, and in this case, we also weight by label confidence, which we can get by test time augmentations applied to the 2D segmentation network, since some of these predictions will occasionally be wrong, and we want to downweight them in terms of the model confidence itself. So then in terms of instances, we also want to make sure that the instance segmentations can potentially match. Of course, we can't directly supervise them with the machine-labeled instance IDs because they're going to be inconsistent over the different frames. So we do a linear assignment first across to match these. And then we can go ahead and have the loss on the assigned instance IDs here in terms of, again, a normalized cross entropy. So there are a few things that we have to do here in order to maintain robustness against these kinds of noisy machine-generated panoptic segmentations here. So in particular, we have the ability to generate, these nice kind of consistent 3D panoptic representations. And the first trick here is to have segment consistency in order to match the individual 2D segments. Otherwise, we might end up with a couple of different views that have seen the same object. And so you don't necessarily know that in the end, it's the same kind of instance. We need to actually block the gradients back from the semantic optimization into the neural field in order to ensure that the model doesn't actually try to cheat geometry in order to produce realistic semantics here in this scenario. And finally, we also have this bounded field in order to make sure that we have correct probabilities being optimized in terms of the semantic representation. So if we go through with this optimization, we can see that from the original input panoptic segmentation, which is created by Mass Deformer, the input views are extremely good segmentations, but extremely multi-view inconsistent here. And what we can do is then optimize and achieve a much more consistent 3D representation that can be rendered out to these consistent panoptic segmentations of that environment. So here you can see a couple of comparisons to works that also tackle the inclusion of semantics into neural radiance field optimization. In this case, semantic NeRF optimizes just for the semantics maps and not for the instances. And here you can see it's also much more consistent in comparison to DM-NeRF, as well as canoptic neural fields work. So here we can take into account learned priors from pre-trained 2D models in order to still optimize them in a single scene fashion for a more consistent version of semantics and instances for real 3D scene environments. But it would be, of course, nice to be able to learn general scene priors over 3D scenes. But that, of course, implies that we have a lot of neural fields that are optimized for 3D scenes. So how can we actually acquire this data? So previously, I spent some effort making this ScanNet data set, which a lot of people have also now used for both semantics and for neural field optimization. On the other hand, you can actually see, because this is a commodity sensor capture, the data quality is definitely limited in terms of both the semantic quality that you see and also the geometric reconstruction quality. Whereas now we've actually gone about to capture ScanNet++, which is a new data set of much higher geometric quality, but that enables much better semantic annotations that you can see here. And not only can we get these clean semantic annotations because of the higher geometric fidelity, we can also capture good appearance and color with a much higher end color sensor here, in this case, a DSLR. And so that will enable us to actually optimize for nice neural field representations in the 3D scenes. So in particular, in this data set, we have a high fidelity laser scan capture of the geometry here. We have DSLR image capture for the appearance in the environment. And we also have a commodity version of the RGB and depth, which is captured by iPhone and ARKit running on that particular iPhone, so that we have this mapping between commodity sensors as well as higher end geometry and color sensors. And in particular, we're using a far laser scanner that's able to capture at approximately 1 millimeter geometric resolution, a Sony Alpha 7, in order to capture the high-end images, and an iPhone 13 Pro that can record an RGB video stream of the environment. And so that means that we get actually inherently a lot easier annotations of the semantics. These are manually annotated, but a lot easier to perform actually, because the geometry is a much higher fidelity, and you can actually distinguish between a lot of different small objects in the environments. So here you can see in the shelves, and also these individual plates can also be annotated as instances in the environment here. So this is an active data collection effort. We have released already about 380 scenes, including the train, validation, and test set there, but this is internally aiming for a much higher number. In fact, we have about 700 scenes now, and trying to collect a few more in terms of a second release. So the rest of the numbers are also approximately in flux in terms of the number of frames, but we do have a large number of class category labels and object instances that we see across a lot of these different diverse environments. And so, of course, now with this number of scenes, we can start to train more effective learned general priors for things like novel view synthesis and fine-grained semantic understanding. So here, in particular, for the radiance field optimization, we can do this from DSLR input data in order to generate pseudo-ground truth radiance fields, potentially for generalized tasks regarding these radiance fields. But of course, I think what would be pretty nice is to be able to map something from just iPhone input in order to achieve the quality that you would get if you actually optimized for the DSLR imagery. And in this case, we do have a paired setting that's mapped directly into the underlying 3D scene representation. So you can potentially learn these kinds of priors with this data. In terms of semantic understanding, we have now 3D semantic segmentation and 3D instance segmentation with a much larger class category set than is typically available for 3D segmentation tasks. So we have about an order of magnitude more class categories in this benchmark than existing 3D semantic benchmarks here. And so you can see with the high-end DSLR images, you can get fairly good radiance fields, although not 100% perfect, especially in these very highly reflective view-dependent lighting effects in some of the regions in the scene. And it's also, I think, worth noting that what I think would be cool is, of course, when you optimize for iPhone data, the ARKit poses themselves are not as robust and the data is not as high-end as DSLR. So to be able to go from something that's a much more commodity input into a higher-end output would be, I think, really cool to be able to learn with this data. Because in the end, what we have largely available is lots and lots of data captured with commodity level sensors, rather than expecting that we'll have these high-end ones. So I think this is basically an ongoing effort still, despite the initial data release. But what I would really like to see here are more generalized priors that are learned for these 3D semantic representations, and also for the radiance fields that can be potentially generalized. So I want to just talk a little bit about what could be cool to be able to leverage in the future with neural fields. And in particular, I think one of the big advantages of this neural field representation is their very strong sort of great differentiability with respect to deep network optimization. But there are some things that are more challenging, of course, with this neural field formulation is if you want to go one step further in terms of semantics beyond semantic segmentation, instance segmentation, then we want to understand things like functionality, affordances, how people interact with scenes, how can we use that to maybe inform how robots interact with scenes. And that usually requires a good understanding actually of surfaces and contact, which is a little bit less well-defined in a traditional sort of neural field representation. And part of the reason why the neural field works so well is because it has that soft fuzziness in terms of the definition of the scene representation itself. Here we have one approach to do human interaction generation in a 3D scene, but it's purely based off of mesh and surface-based reasoning. So can we actually reformulate this in a way that better leverages neural field representations to be able to reason about these surfaces for the purpose of things like interactions in environments. And in particular, of course, again, the neural fields are very powerful as scene representations. But if we want to then use them for many downstream applications, we want to have also efficient surface representations. So in this case, learning how to generate meshes that might be composed of more irregular triangles and faces in terms of representing the geometry in a very compact way that mimics how real-world meshes and 3D assets are actually being used in practice. And of course, that would fit well with traditional graphics pipelines for consuming and visualizing these kinds of representations in a very fast way. So of course, another potentially interesting direction is how can we then convert a very sort of regular neural field structure into one that is more efficient and more irregular in nature in order to produce these kinds of compact surface representations that might be very dovetailed to, like the modern approaches to using actually 3D surface representations. So I think there's a lot of open questions here in terms of further bringing forward neural fields for 3D perception. I hope maybe you guys can also tell me a little bit more about how this can be bridged directly to core robotics kind of tasks. But with that, I would also like to thank my students and collaborators who've done most of the work that I can present here today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, thank you, Angela, for the interesting talk. If you have any questions, please feel free to walk to a microphone and ask. Maybe I have a question to start off the discussion. I was wondering, in your last work you showed where you placed the human in the scene, could you build something similar also for like an object interaction scheme when you want to place, I don't know, park your bike somewhere? Could you extend the model to such cases?
So you mean including a human and an object in the scene environment? I think that would be really cool. I mean, so the work that we've done in terms of putting the human in the scene it works particularly well in that scenario because we can parameterize the human, for instance, with the simple model. And so you end up with a shared parameter basis with which you can then optimize for the person's pose in the environment. Of course, then if you actually want to include an object along with that person, we need to either synthesize the geometry or retrieve the geometry from somewhere, because it's not, at least currently, we don't really have a good shared parametric model that can represent, all possible objects in terms of their geometry and appearance in the environment. So that's probably the main element here that would be limiting the application to then also directly injecting another object in the environment. But of course, in practice, you would want to be able to include more sophisticated interactions. You would also want to include dynamics, of course, of the interaction in the environment.
Yeah, that would have been my second question. What do you think we need to extend it to, like incorporate dynamics in NeRFs?
Yeah, that's also pretty interesting because here we're using static image-based priors from Stable Diffusion. So that's basically to ask image in-painting methods to hallucinate different kinds of interactions so that we can find a consistent 3D representation. So getting a similarly general motion prior is also an interesting element here, because that's suddenly an extra dimension of challenge. So of course, with models maybe like Zora and stuff like this, maybe you can actually learn a bit of a proper motion prior there as well. Of course, I think we don't 100% know how accurate these kinds of more sophisticated interactions can potentially be. But it would be, of course, very cool to be able to distill notion of motions and interactions and also fine-grained interactions as well. So if you look also very closely in these kinds of interactions that we generate here, you'll find that the hands are always in the same position. And so you don't really get correct interactions because here in our optimization model, we just don't optimize for the individual, hand parameters. And so that's another important aspect of human interactions, is usually hands are doing something. And that's something that would need to be optimized as well to be realistic in terms of the physical representation of the environment.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I think we have one question in the room still, and then we continue with the next speaker.
Yes, I was wondering how you do the instance segmentation. You said you are numbering the instances and then converge with what the ground truth labels are. Are they like one hot encoded? And if so, aren't they limited by the number of instances?
So we're solving for a Hungarian assignment of the instances with respect to the 2D versions of them. It's not really an issue in a single scene optimization to assume that you have a max number of instances in the environment because you already know what that max number of instances is. If that's what your question is, because you're never going to have more than the number of 2D estimates of the instances in the 3D scene.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, then thanks. Let's thank Angela again and then move to the next speaker. Yeah, I already ordered the band.
So can everyone hear me? Is it working on Zoom?
Yeah.
Yes, no.
Is the microphone turned on? Or the mic?
Why there is echo?
You have
Mine is not okay. That's also turned on. That's right. Hello.
maybe.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Now it's fine. Okay. Sorry about the delay. So let's get started. My name is Ahmed Qureshi. I am assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at Purdue University, where I direct the Cognitive Robot Autonomy and Learning Lab. The topic of my presentation today will be neural time fields for robot motion planning under constraints. So before I go into the main topic, I want to give you a brief overview of like what is motion planning, or in general term, what is trajectory planning, and also discuss like the theme or focus of my research group. So a robot trajectory planning problem goes something like this. There's some objective function that we want to optimize, and this trajectory needs to start at some initial state and at some terminal state. And on top of that, we can add some additional constraint for this trajectory planning. Now, I will dissect this equation one by one, and will also showcase some of the work that we do to solve these kind of problems efficiently and in almost real time. So if we consider just first three, the problem highlighted in this red, that there's some objective function this trajectory needs to start at some start state and at some goal state, and it needs to optimize or minimize some cost function, which could be collision avoidance. Okay, and then we can also add some other terms such as like terminate at some goal region, and we can give more emphasis to tell the algorithm that this is really important for us. Okay, and when we have these set of equations, they generate this kind of like abstract space in which there is some forbidden space that robot should avoid because then it may collide with the environment, and there is some feasible space. And the objective of robot trajectory planning algorithms is to find this trajectory as quickly as possible. And these problems appear in like almost every scenario. Whenever your robot is moving, they need to do this trajectory planning, which we also call like geometric motion planning. So here's an example of like a rigid object moving from one place to another while avoiding collision. Here is an example of 7-dog robot. It is like operating over this tabletop environment. It needs to avoid this collision to come out and grasp this blue object and then transport it to a yellow block. Now, I can add additional constraints, for example, symbolic constraint, saying that before you reach this goal, maybe achieve this goal A and goal B before ending the task. And so in this abstract space, there could be some goal A and goal B that this trajectory needs to go through before reaching its terminal state. In real world, we call these problems as rearrangement planning problems. So you have seen a lot of like task and motion planning problem where the robot needs to rearrange objects into certain orientation. It may have to move it to some intermediate position before reaching the goal state. So here's an example from one of our work. You can see like the first, it needs to reach this yellow object, banana. Before that, it needs to move this object out of the way to clear the way so that it can reach and retrieve this object. Now, on top of this trajectory, we can also add kinematic constraints. These constraints are function of robot configuration, meaning that they often restrict robot joint angles from operating. For example, if robot is opening the door, now all the joint angles are restricted to the hinge motion of the door. Robot cannot move freely, it needs to respect the hinge motion. Similarly, when robot is carrying object, for example, object filled with fluid, it cannot rotate it sideways or this way. It can only rotate along the axis. This is my D axis. It can only rotate in this direction. So the constraint prevented from rotating here, constraint prevented from rotating in this direction, and now the robot needs to find this trajectory under these kinematic constraints. When we impose these constraints, the feasible space becomes even smaller, so it shrinks. And oftentimes it introduces a thin manifold, and the problem is that the volume of that thin manifold is like almost negligible, and generating samples is very difficult because if you're doing random sampling, the probability of generating sample is almost zero. So there's a lot of research going on, like how to solve this kind of constraint planning on like zero volume manifold as effectively as possible, because these problems appear everywhere. Whenever your robot is interacting with the environment, they need to solve these equations. For example, here is a scenario: robot is opening the door, and then it will move the cup filled with fluid from one place to another in this confined environment. And any sort of tool manipulation. You have a robot using screwdriver to achieve some task. You have let's say a hammer. It needs to like repeatedly perform this motion. The task is restricting the robot. Like the robot cannot move the hammer anyway. It wants like it needs to move it in a certain way to achieve the task. So they appear everywhere whenever a robot is interacting with some objects. Then on top of this trajectory, we can add dynamical constraint, which basically determine the robot speed or robot velocity. For example, here it shows like around these tight turns, robot should slow down before reaching the goal. So my lab basically revolves around these set of equations. We sometimes add symbolic constraints, sometimes we add kinematic constraints, sometimes we add dynamical constraints and solve all these kind of problems. All the videos that I have shown you so far is from my lab. Okay, so the focus of this talk will be on trajectory planning under kinematic constraint. First, I will discuss this geometric planning problem, considering only Euclidean avoidance, and then I will dive deeper into these kinematic constraints for object manipulation. And this problem of trajectory planning, it was introduced in 1983. When there came up like these three papers, they asked a simple problem. They didn't introduce any solution, like how to move a piano in home environment from one place to another. And since then, there's like huge list of algorithms that have been proposed to solve these problems. And if we categorize these the algorithms that have been proposed, they divide into these categories. There are control-based approaches. Maybe you have heard model predictive controller. You may have heard like PID control, and there is a lot of other varieties that are now available under these control theoretic methods. Then there are heuristic search methods like A*. They discretize the space, but due to discretization, their scalability to like high dimensional is very limited. Then there exists optimization-based approaches. They take some differentiable cost function and design some numerical optimization techniques to find the trajectory. However, their scalability to complex scenarios is very limited. They can often get stuck into some local medium. Then arguably most adopted or used algorithms are the sampling-based planners. Almost every roboticist who is like making robot move, they know PRM, RRT by now. But as you might also know, they are very slow. Like as you scale the dimension of the robot, it will make your environment very complex. They take a lot of time. So I have been pushing for another class of method, which we call neural motion planner. And my PhD was on neural motion planner, and even now my lab is like continuing putting effort to make these neural motion planner easy to train, easy to be deployed, and without data, so that you don't need expensive data to train these neural networks. And if you see the progression of all these methods, all of them are trying to improve the inference time. So whenever you are given a planning problem, trajectory planning problem, they want to infer the trajectory as quickly as possible. So there were like search-based method, they can take up minutes in very complex scenarios. Learning-based method, I will show you, they can take in those scenarios a few seconds. But can we have methods that are even faster, like sub-seconds? And that's where I will discuss the neural time field, which is also the focus of this presentation. But before I go there, let me give you a background on this learning-based method, which learns from some expert data. So these imitation learning-based methods, there is a general recipe that I gave during my PhD that you need an encoder. It could be anything. It takes some environment, point cloud, image, or whatever you have, and encode it into some latent embedding. Then you need a planning network that takes this embedding plus the start and goal, or the current position of the robot and the goal position where you want your robot to be. And this planner iteratively can plan iteratively or in one go output the trajectory connecting the robot current and goal. But there is one condition for this neural planner. That condition is that it needs to be stochastic. Otherwise, these planners don't work. Okay, so if you see all the algorithms that are there for motion planning, most of them, they have some way of to add stochasticity into this planner. Maybe they use VAEs and then use Gaussian noise as a source of stochasticity. We use dropout, but there are many ways. You can use GAN or whatever you want, but it needs to be stochastic. Otherwise, if you implement those things, you will see their performance goes down. The stochasticity helps generating a lot of samples. Then eventually, one of those samples are Yen-Chen, they satisfy the constraint and they are able to connect with the previous sample that neural network generated. Now, to train these networks end-to-end, oftentimes the data is generated from some classical planners like RRT, A*. So once you have all the data set available, they can be trained in supervised manner, and then during inference time, within a blink of eye, they generate a fast solution. So their main computational cost is during training, but then during inference, they perform very well. So in our work, we also provide ways to infuse these neural networks into some planning algorithms so that you have worst case guarantee and some graceful failure as well, so that you revert to classical planners only when needed in a graceful way without making the worse. So we demonstrated these on a variety of problems, including like 7 Doppler robots in rigid body and like SE3. And here you can see like I randomly sample start and goal within blink of eye, it can generate the path solution. Now, they work, and if you change the data to some constraint planner, instead of RRT, you use some planner that solve your manipulation problem, they can even learn to solve like constraint manipulation planning problem. So here is the example of this set of neural network trained on some constraint data on this manifold, and you can see for this problem, it can generate samples that potentially leads to a path solution. Whereas if you rely on uniform sampling, it needs to sample the entire space and it takes a lot of time. And we deployed it on like this scenario where a bot needs to throw these like cans and bottles into the trash bin and then open this cabinet door from some randomly selected initial state. And after that, a bot will have to move this black and red mug out of the cabinet without tilting. So there are orientation constraints and place it on this tray. And lastly, it will place this picture without tilting into this narrow passage cabinet environment. And now if you see, if I use neural network based sampling, the computation times become like very low compared to like if I use uniform sampling, they take a lot of time. So these learning based methods, their planning time is in seconds. However, if you see their data generation time, it's from hours to days. So what's the advantage? Like if you add these two together, they may end up being on average taking minutes. So can we have methods whose data generation is just a few minutes or even few seconds, and they are even faster than these learning based methods? Answer is yes. We can have those methods, and we call them physics-informed neural network-based motion planning methods. So the remainder of my talk will focus on these methods. So when we say physics-informed neural networks, the question comes up like which equation to use. So a well-known equation is equal PDE. It relates some arrival time field with the speed field, and you may know fast marching method which solve this equation through some numerical optimization. And so the speed field says like the speed of any robot configuration is not the motion speed. It's like any configuration should not be able to move inside obstacle space. So inside obstacle space, if you give a configuration which is in Boolean, this SY function will return 0. If that configuration is in free space, it will give some constant value. Okay. And then the equal PD says like this speed relates with some arrival time field, which is shown as this wavefront. Although FFM methods solve this equation, but they cannot scale beyond 3-dimensional problem because they discretize the environment and then it becomes like intractable if the number of samples increase. So we studied this properties of this equal equation to ask the question, can we use neural network to solve this equation directly? So there are some properties I want to highlight. One, the arrival time from start to goal and goal to start should stay the same. Okay, because if 2 points are fixed, it shouldn't matter if I arrive from here or arrive from there if the path stays there. So that's one property. Second, if my start and goal are same point, the arrival time should be 0. And if one of my point is an obstacle, the arrival time should be infinite. Because if I'm giving a point in an obstacle, my robot cannot get there, so it will take robot infinite time and it will never make it. But there's a problem with neural network. Like neural network cannot predict something with large numbers. So we were stuck with this problem. Like how can we use this equation and have this property satisfied and solve this problem from neural network? So we proposed 2 ways. One, we reformulated this equality, and then we also proposed some training strategy to prevent neural network from going into some local minima. I will discuss both of them one by one. So let's start with reformulation of equal PD. So these were the properties we had. So we said like, if I factorize my arrival time this way, I can meet all my properties. So whenever my start and goal are same points, so this numerator will become 0. I can make neural network predict something equal to 1. Okay, and this arrival time will still be 0. And when my one of point is an obstacle, I can make neural network predict this tau to be 0, then your arrival time will be some very large value. And I can use this parameterization here to see like if my neural network works. So basically neural network takes start and goal, it predicts this tau, and then we parameterize this arrival times using this tau. Okay. So now it's easier to predict with neural network because all your values are between 0 and 1. Now, there was another problem. If you see this wavefront around obstacles, like very near obstacles, they have like this sharp curvature and they have multiple solutions. So the solution of econal PD around obstacle is not unique. So this leads to like neural network learning problem. So what we did, we added a Laplacian term here that guides the robot to like, so this non-linear econal PD becomes like semi-linear elliptic PD and it has unique solution. So when we plug this factorization that I introduced here and differentiate this entire equation, this becomes it. So just by using a simple product rule differentiation, if you differentiate by hand by plugging this equation here and here, this is the result you get. So what this indicates, like when this neural network takes x and y, it predicts tau. You can use the gradient to predict some speed. And because the speed is a function of gradient of tau with respect to your goal, so they are just gradient terms and some prediction like t square if you differentiate it. So all I have to do, give me some start and goal. This neural network will predict tau. I can use the gradient and this predicted tau to parameterize this equation to predict the speed value. Then I can compare the speed value with some ground truth speed model that I defined. And this ground truth speed model is very simple. It's saying just the distance of given configuration to the obstacle. That's it. So because the speed model should give higher value to the configuration if it is in obstacle free space. If it is in obstacle, it should give lower value. So this is the data we need. So if you run any motion planner, they also need this data. So for any configuration, they need a Boolean checker or distance to Boolean. So we need something similar. And data generation for in this way just take like few seconds if you implement Boolean checker the right way. So this is the only data we need. And so you sample like a bunch of start and goal points and you label their speed values based on their distance to the obstacle. And then you train your network in a progressive manner. By progressive manner, I say like you iteratively change the ground truth speed during epochs. So you let your neural network assume there is no obstacle so that it learns some speed and time field. Then you slowly lower down the speed around obstacles. And this really helps in the training because it is the neural network at previous epoch will have like better estimation of the solution before you make the problem harder. So you progressively iterate it towards some harder problem and it helps in training. So during execution, you have start and goal. You use the gradient to predict the speed and you use the tau to predict the arrival time and simply follow the gradient of this arrival time scaled by the speed from started to goal and you find your path solution. Now here are the results. So this is like method with Laplacian because we added Laplacian to ensure there is a unique solution. This is anti-field method without Laplacian. You can see the performance went up significantly. The planning time in these problems in Gibson environment is just 0.01 second. The other method like this IDF3D is imitation-based like neural network. It takes data from FFM and you can see it even after imitation learning, it's slightly slower. Okay, and also because it relies on data set from FFM, it cannot go beyond 3D environment because FFM requires discretization and it cannot generate data for time and law. Your computer will say out of memory error. Okay, and then we also extend it to like manipulation of where a robot is going from one narrow passage to another. And again, you can see the time is significantly low compared to like other methods. We didn't have imitation learning based method because like we were comparing with IF3D and FFM couldn't generate data in these problems. Now coming to the data generation time. In this Gibson environment, it took us just 2 seconds to generate the data. For IF3D, which was running FM and again, it took like 5 hours. Okay. And then in manipulator, it took like 56 seconds. Then we said, like, how about we extend it to like constraint problem, like manipulation problem? So we noticed the only thing you need to change is your speed model. So instead of checking the distance to obstacle, you need to compute the distance to the manifold. So the constraint manifold, that's the data set you have. All classical planners also need this function. So we are using the same function to train this neural network. And then we were able to solve this constraint planning problem, and we compare it with a couple of methods. T by RRT is a bidirectional RRT connect, and you can see it takes like significant amount of time, and success rate of all methods was somewhat similar. And CompNetX is like imitation learning based neural network that generates data set from RRT start under constraint to learn, and then during inference, still you can see the planning times are like similar, but our method data generation times are significantly low. So in this problem, the data generation for our method was like 10 minutes, but for CompNetX it took us like 12 hours. And training time was somewhat similar. In our like upcoming work, we were able to reduce this training time to even like 1 hour. And now we are also pushing towards changing these equations so that we can train it in like 10-15 minutes. So within 2-3 minutes we have data, 10-15 minutes you are able to train the neural network, and it's ready to go for machine learning. So in conclusion, so we have 5 minutes after this question. So there are 3 pillars for motion planning. One is inference efficiency. So inference efficiency is like, once I have a planner, it should be able to infer the trajectory as quickly as possible. Then you will have lower indirect cost if you are deploying it in, let's say, industry. You won't have latency in robots finding the solution before executing your task. And then you will have more like in industry setting, it can produce more product because the robot can plan very quickly. The second pillar is the training efficiency. I should be able to get my planner up and running as quickly as possible, because then there is like lower computational need. I should also eliminate any need for demonstration. Lastly, there is adaptability to complexity. So it should be able to adapt to high dimensional problems as well as like constraint settings. So optimization based methods, they have inference efficiency because you can implement numerical optimizer on GPU and it will immediately give you a fast solution. They also have training efficiency. You are not doing any training. However, they lack this adaptability to complexity because they often get stuck into local. Then comes the sampling based planner. They have training efficiency. You don't need to train anything. You have planners ready to go. And they also adapt to complex scenarios. We have seen something with methods solving the constraint problem, high dimensional planning problem, but their inference efficiency is low because they take a lot of time to infer the path and complex setting. Then there exists this learning-based method, especially the imitation learning-based method. They have inference efficiency. They adapt to complex scenario, but those imitation learning-based methods, they don't have training efficiency because they require expert data, which takes like days. Okay, so we propose anti-field, which meets all these 3 criteria, and we have shown like in all like the geometric planning problem as well as in constraint motion planning problem. So here I will conclude my talk. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed, for the very interesting talk. Definitely a different application than from the usual neural fields we had seen at the workshop so far. If you have any questions, please feel free to walk up to the microphone. I unfortunately have to run to my flight now, but Shreyas will take the rest of the workshop. And I hope you had a wonderful day and hopefully see you soon again.
Very interesting formulation. I noticed that one of your assumptions is that the distance is symmetric, but the neural network does not seem to be imposing that constraint. I did not notice where you are imposing that constraint.
So just to make my talk simple, I assume neural network is a black box thing. But if you go check the paper, we impose that constraint through neural architecture. So this neural network has some architecture design that we propose in the paper, which respect the symmetry.
Yeah, I was just confused because of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. I just wanted to get some clarity around the environment. So in the examples you gave, you're collecting the data and it's a static environment. Is that correct? Or what happens if an obstacle moves? Do you have to then recollect the data, or can it handle changes to the environment?
So like if you see all the like dynamic motion planners, they rely on some input trajectory, then the robot start moving on that trajectory, and they replan that trajectory whenever there is some obstacle. Okay, so this is for static environment, but it can provide good initialization to follow that trajectory, and then you can replan through some optimizer to reconnect the part to next waypoint to avoid the thing. And if you see all the methods, they will follow these similar. So currently we haven't explored in dynamic scenarios with this method, but it is expandable through the approach I told.
But sorry, just to clarify, if you say you got a mobile robot and you move to a new room, do you have to collect the data for that room to build the map? And yeah, okay.
Yeah. So we have a paper coming up very soon. Like instead of using the known environment, we train this motion planner in unknown environment just using like our. So it will be released like in 2-3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, let's move to the panel discussion. So, we got Adrien Gaidon, who is conduct the currently final panel, and then Angela Dye, and Ahmed Qureshi here. So, yeah. Yes. Okay, great. So, hi everyone, I'm Shreyas Kousik. I'm a professor at Georgia Tech, and yeah, I don't feel these neural so I'm curious to hear these opinions. The theme for this panel you decided is really going from academia to product, so trying to span exactly the spectrum that we've seen in these three most recent talks. So something I think I'll pose to all three of you initially, and then take this high level. But what can you see as the gaps where, for example, I mean, to take what you've just presented and actually sell it, or Adrien, what do you see the gaps within the context of the neural radiance, Gaussian splatting? And I believe that works.
Okay, I can.
Well, we need.
Okay.
So yeah, we can go from Ahmed and Zlost.
Yeah, so my opinion is like, yes. Okay. So all these like radiance field method, they work well until 3D space. But if you are going to robot space, like we often run into the problem where we want to approximate these fields in like higher dimensional C space. Okay. So the gap I see there is like this mapping from like workspace to robot C space, it adds to some time. So if we can scale this method to those higher dimensional setting, I think we can really bridge the gap to like from this perception side to robotic side. Yeah. Angela is muted.
My apologies. No, that's not. Okay.
Oh, sorry, are you expecting me? I can't actually really hear. I think the mic is not
This mic? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Well, that's embarrassing.
Thanks.
My sincere apologies. Yeah. All right. What do you? The question is, in transitioning these neural radiance fields, Gaussian splatting, these other these panoptic methods from research to product, if you have an opinion on what's missing.
I guess a lot of things, but maybe it's more informative to hear from the robotics side. I think speed is one issue. When you like Gaussian splats are great because at least once optimized, they're super fast to render. So that's a particularly appealing aspect of them. I think the other thing that from my side as somebody who usually cares a bit more about optimizing for scene geometry rather than scene appearance, and I assume for many fine-grained robotics tasks, at some point the geometry does become more important in that scenario, is that radiance fields, both NeRFs and 3D Gaussians, tend to cheat geometry in order to get better appearance. And that's something that you see when people extract geometry. It looks great, but it usually comes a little bit at the cost of the appearance, and vice versa as well. So that seems to be a more fundamental issue that I don't really have the correct answer for in terms of the geometric reconstruction, because ideally it would make sense that having better scene geometry produces better appearance, and so you can better optimize these radiance fields. But that seems to be, to me, from the perception side, a big issue here. On the other hand, I think they are still quite good for more fuzzy tasks, or perhaps to augment things for simulation kind of purposes and so on. So there's still other possibilities within the constraints of the current performance.
Cool. And Adrien, now from the VC perspective. Oh, any please? Yeah, if you guys can, you can sit closer.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. All right, we'll be on this side. Okay. On Zoom, can you hear us? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I agree with what's been said so far. On the technical side, I think speed is definitely important for real-time inference and reconstruction. So I liked your last slide, the Trinity. I think that's like the different concerns. They matter. I think both for students and their own experiments, but also for the robots and for the products. I'm super excited about like a lot of these hybrid neurosymbolic approaches, which makes a little bit of the implicit and explicit representation. So we've done some work on that with recursive octree autodecoders. I really like the aspect of a recursive network combined with octrees, you know, and then parsing with a neural network in latent space, but still having some explicit structure in 3D. So these kind of ideas I think are really cool. And you've seen also recently in Gaussian splats, I think this paper that was super excited about levels of Gaussian, which had these amazing demos, and they use similar ideas of hierarchy of space. So I think like 3D has a inherent native structure, you know, and people kind of forget and then remember and then like find the best of both worlds. This happened also a lot in robotics with rotations, you know, different ways of treating 3D rotations and stuff. So I think all in all, it's missing combining the old with the new in general, right? It's like not everything that's old is lame, and not everything that's new is perfect. And so I like these you know, how do you digest the new ideas with respect to the old ideas? Because now, not just technically speaking and not scientifically, but like the reality is when you put it in a product, unless you're designing something completely from scratch and completely new, you're going to have to integrate with the rest of the existing solutions, especially if you're, let's say, making a vision product that you sell to someone that's building the physical product that's operating the robot, right? And so you're not going to be just like, yeah, delete all your code, use my magical neural network. That's tricky. And so I think that those ideas of the old and the new, the neurosymbolic, the implicit, explicit, kind of like the combine the best of both worlds is both an interesting scientific question and a practical question for integration, cost, efficiency, all these different ideas.
Okay, cool. So to summarize, I think scaling up, we have speed, that's critical, and then this old and new. So don't forget the old techniques. Building off of this, I noticed that a common thread in Ahmed and Angela's talks, and then something that I think Adrien has worked on a lot in the past, but won't show up in this talk, is actually robustness and safety. It's something that we all care about, and I talk about all the time. So this is me asking my question. How I want to know on the robustness and safety side, how do each of you think of that in terms of what is enough? Because I think each of you has a different perspective on what is robust enough or what does safety mean to you. And maybe this time we can go Angela, Adrien, Ahmed, because now your order has switched.
I think what is enough probably depends on the application scenario that we're looking at. I mean, from the perception side, I do feel like just we need more sort of transparent, interpretable, explainable representations, right? And that also goes to looking at older representations, combining them with powerful differentiable like neural network representations, because we already know that a lot of the times when you learn something completely from scratch, it can be very powerful, but it can also be very uninterpretable from a representation standpoint. Maybe some possible in between is to learn something that is more explicitly probabilistic. At least it models maybe uncertainty in different kinds of modes that we can explore and see what the different likely possibilities are to explain things from even a reconstruction standpoint or a semantic classification standpoint, so that the whole system can be end-to-end informed. Because I think that's also the critical part in terms of robustness and safety, is being able to adapt on the fly to new observations that update the scene representation. And so that's why I think also, and I hope that 3D scene representations might be more informative at some point for robotics applications, because they also break down to a very interpretable representation that can be used for robotics planning. But I'm curious to hear what the others have to say as well.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we all sound like old farts now, saying like, "Don't forget the good old vision," you know. But I agree. I agree with Angela. I mean, maybe it's also because we're all teaching it, and that's why we're biased. But I do think it does make a lot of sense. I think it makes sense on the purely spatial angle for sure. It does also make sense from probabilistic standpoint. So I think the reality is everything is a distribution, and people tend to ignore that really easily, either because it doesn't fit the natural like neural nets kind of paradigm, and you have to go a little bit out of your way to characterize out of domain distribution, quantized uncertainty, calibration, all these issues. They don't come out of the box. That's I think it's easy to ignore from that perspective. It's also interestingly from a systems design and a software engineering perspective. I have some cool stories of like people doing an argmax on a softmax score out of a neural network and then passing it through 30 C++ complex data structures. And at the end, they were like, your stuff doesn't work. It's like completely chaotic. Sometimes it goes like this and sometimes it goes like this. And I was like, I don't understand. I mean, the probabilities are calibrated, uncertainty is well measured, etc. And I was like, oh, okay, you should just look at this probability distribution. Don't look at the argmax, right? Because here you're in a very uncertain regime and you need to, like, there's no way to reduce that uncertainty. You need to account for it, like slow down or stop if you're a home robot, like do this kind of like at the system level, you handle the uncertainty, because safety, it's like, it's a hierarchy of concerns, right? It could be at the neural network, it could be at the vision level, or it could be just like, hey, the sensor is like basically blind. You want to deal with it at the control level stack, or even like with the human in the loop. And so, and I was like, we can't, we'd have to rewrite the whole code base. So I think if you think in terms of, I mean, also Wolfram Borgart used to be my boss at TRI. So like probabilistic robotics, right? So every data structure needs to be a distribution. If you follow that principle, you're going to avoid some pain in the future in the refactoring. But yeah, I think in terms of safety, there's all the technical side, there's the functional safety side that I mentioned. And there's like also what I mentioned in my talk, this vertical applications, they also have an advantage in terms of safety of deployment, because you can do what we did in driving in terms of functional safety. You can design your operational domain, right? You can say,
my robot, nobody's going to ask it, political questions, right? It's a factory robot. It's going to do this, right? So you don't have to think about LLM alignments, very complicated issues when you put it in as a general AI, right? Like, no, it's not a general AI. It's just a model that's supposed to be doing that. And so you can have some specs, you can have some alignment there. That is a well-posed problem that is not underspecified. A big problem of machine learning into the wild is underspecification, which makes this kind of almost an impossible proposition from a safety standpoint, because it's an ill-posed question. And so having the ability to characterize your domain is a fundamental aspect of ML, because it's not magic. The fundamental theorem of machine learning is empirical risk minimization. You are assuming you're sampling IID from distribution. If you're not, bad things happen. So that's, if you can control that at the system level, you're going to avoid yourself some pain.
Thank you. I think I agree with both Angela and Andrea. I think enough, we will never make it enough. So that's I think the practical answer is we can go toward confidence-based or probabilistic approaches where we guarantee things under some delta confidence. I see that to be the way, and making it completely transparent or making it completely interpretable. I don't see that happening very soon. And I think eventually people will have to go this route, and maybe then things evolve and people come up with something.
Actually, if I can add something on this, you're right, I agree. And what I'll say is also, if you are an expert in robust control, and if you know Russian literature from the 70s, that's a great skill. That's a great skill to have, because there's so much in that literature where people have, Shreyas knows, right? And the work with Mac and all these kind of different things, right? And I think that if you are open-minded about deep learning and you actually know your math, your robust control math, that's we made papers with Stanford groups on this, on risk-sensitive control and all this kind of stuff. There's it's a wide open field, and it can be, again, can never get to 100% safety. And you cannot necessarily have guarantees, but you can have insurances, statistical insurances.
All right, this feels like a good moment. If anybody in the audience has a question, you could come up to the mic. If not, I have plenty more.
Hi, so I think geometric consistency was mentioned as an ongoing challenge. And I was wondering, Ahmed, in your work, you're infusing physics into the neural fields as sort of a constraint. And then Angela, you're dealing with geometric consistency by sort of learning from priors. From a lot of data. And obviously, I think there's not one PDE that describes how geometry of the world should be, but I'm wondering if you guys have any thoughts on if there's anything in between the two approaches that you're taking in terms of geometric or generally physical consistency of neural fields.
So that's a very good question. Angela, do you want to go first or?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think, yes, there can be things in between. And if you think about the way we are solving, at least in my case, problem, we are using some prior knowledge of how motion planner use this distance from the collision, okay? And then we use the equation. Now, your second question, is the only equation available? No. There are different equations available, like heat equations, and I would say it depends on what kind of problem you are solving. From different domain, maybe if you are using doing planning in ocean space, there you have water current, and then the equation equanal PD won't work because it does not currently handle these changing scenarios. One of the person in the audience asked this question. So you need to change the equation. So definitely we are not strict to this one equation, but we are just giving away that you can solve PDEs to do motion planning using neural networks. But something in between would be using some prior knowledge or prior data. I don't know how we will do that, but prior knowledge is very important to actually pick the right equation and then model it the way that you want to solve the problem. Yeah.
I think this also speaks a little bit back to, don't forget about the old representations. This is use physics, because we've spent already, centuries of research trying to figure out the laws of physics. Why would we need to relearn that information from scratch. I mean, there's another question entirely whether it's possible to learn from scratch, which is interesting, but maybe less from a practical standpoint. It would make sense to use knowledge that has been already acquired. I guess the challenge then is also, I think, if you go from inspired by human perception basis, it's not fully clear. Like a lot of the stuff that we seem to learn does seem to be like fuzzy approximations that are learned from data, that rather than, explicit reasoning about formulations and laws of physics, especially things that are so complicated that many people don't realize when it's correct or not. So coming from a bit more of a graphics background, that's also kind of interesting, because I think a lot of people don't recognize when the lighting in a scene is wrong, which happens a lot in TVs and movies. But if you look at it, from a few given examples, it becomes very easy to spot for these kinds of things, and that it would make sense to use the rendering equation and all this kind of stuff, the knowledge that we have, and part of volumetric rendering is leveraging this kind of knowledge in order to acquire improved results. On the other hand, I can see that it's not the case that we as people know exactly how the volumetric rendering is actually operating, and thus can use it to recognize physical common sense. So I mean, both seems quite valid in that kind of scenario. I think for practical purposes, though, just you want to use all of the information that you can have, and that means everything that can be solved or approximated to the level of degree that you would like in your application.
And maybe if one dimension that I know people have done work, and myself included, is when you say geometry, what type of data structure are you talking about? Or when you talk about equations, we're talking about numerical methods to solve these, right? And so you typically have very different approaches depending on if you're representing it as point clouds, as meshes, as SDFs, or as latent vectors, right? And so I think that that's what I like about the neurosymbolic methods. I think like Andreas Geiger's group, they recently made a paper on actually using NeRFs, but having a binary occupancy grid to represent the surfaces too. And so I think that is it depends. If you're doing grasping, for instance, that seems like a very good idea. If you're doing rendering, like view synthesis, maybe you don't need that. And for instance, like we're talking about Max Schwager's work earlier, right? Like the stuff about with Jannette, right? The navigation in the NeRF, right? And I think like just decoding the occupancy values as a representation of geometry, that's a natural way of using NeRF, and it could work for some navigation stuff. But I think there's many different data structures you can use to represent geometry.
So thanks so much.
Cool. Any more questions from the audience? All right, I have one that someone asked me earlier, which is, maybe you can take this from an investment perspective, but I would guess that all of you are just going to say yes. But are you bullish on these representations? And I think all three of you, in a very literal way, are putting your money into these things. But I'm curious, maybe also for the students in the audience, it'll be helpful to think, what is the return on investment that you expect? Because I think each of you would have a very different answer to that.
$1 billion.
That was easy.
I'm curious. I'm curious on Angela, your perspective. You wanted to take a stab at it? Like, I'm curious your opinion on this.
I mean, you're the one who handles more with the hard cash, so I'm kind of curious as well. I'm more of a rechanneling of resources in this regard. It seems like a much safer position to be in. Right. I mean, like from a pure academic perspective, it's always important to leverage, I think, the aspects that are important, but then bridge them potentially with new ideas or old ideas even. And I think in that kind of scenario, yeah, it's definitely worthwhile. I guess there's always a question in terms of how can we find, within this setting of like neural fields, which I think is extremely broad, what is the next NeRF or the next 3D Gaussians and stuff like this. That's, I think, what's would be every academic's dream, right, in order to develop this kind of setting. I mean, to be honest, I think if you had asked, let's say 5 years ago, I would be a little bit more skeptical because I happen to like very much explicit geometric representations, and that gets forced a little bit away actually in the neural field representation. On the other hand, I did become much more sold on these kinds of representations because they actually just enable such a nice optimization setting. You get a lot of good gradient flow back into the scene representation that is actually really challenging to achieve with a lot of more explicit geometric representations, in particular with things like meshes and so on. And so that's the main kind of aspect that I would be willing to bet on, right? And in terms of moving things forward, is having these nice sort of updatable scene representations for many different kinds of downstream tasks.
Yeah, so I think I agree with what Angela said. Like few years back, if you have asked this question, like definitely no. But now, like we have seen things like, and we have seen the application of what has been achieved. And I think like because students are here, I think moving forward, we need to like also reflect back on like how we arrived at this journey and what we are still missing. There are some aspects that we highlighted that are still missing in these domains, and they still need further investigation. And I think neural representations are like, at least in robotics, they are being used and they are making some applications possible, which we didn't see before. So definitely they're worth exploring and investing further.
Yeah, so on my head, with the investor hat, billion-dollar joke aside, there is kind of two types of market, right? There is the disrupting the existing market. So think about like the obvious ones, right, for these things, which would be mapping, for instance. There's a lot of HD mapping that was very, very hot with the self-driving car days. A bit less hot now, but that would be like disrupting an existing market in mapping. And I know a lot of people at ICRA, a lot of students work on mapping, SLAM, all this kind of stuff. I think there's interesting stuff there in, very unstructured, uncoordinated fleets, lifelong learning, all this kind of stuff, which I think both exciting on the research perspective and scalable as a product. I think the go-to-market is pretty hard because there's not a lot of money in that space right now. But again, like if you're disrupting an existing market with a solution that's 10 times, 100 times more cost-effective and can scale, that can be interesting. Obviously, this thing coming from computational photography fields, there's a lot of stuff right now in Gen AI with video generation. So there's a lot of companies around generating ads, and stuff like this. I'm not a super fan of this, but that makes a lot of sense. So that's basically disrupting an existing market, displacing incumbents. There's the other is creating new markets, right? What was not possible before, and you're creating a new type of category of products. And I think that's what I was mentioning in my talk about like the many different verticals, the many different specialized robots that do not exist today that you could create as an enabler, thanks to NeRF, et cetera, as an enabler. I think we go back to the earlier question about like the challenges that are missing. I think generalization is hard. That's where all the questions about efficiency, et cetera, are there. But I agree with what's been said before about like it really depends on the use case. I think it's kind of hard to say like my product is a NeRF, buy my NeRF. I think that's like a difficult proposition. It's I think it's a useful thought process to think like with implicit representations, what does it enable? So one of the papers we did very recently is called NeRF User, for instance, where you have I mentioned the levels of Gaussian and the Gaussian splat and the hierarchical ways to scale to kilometer level maps and all this kind of stuff. But we did that paper because I was thinking, how cool would it be that, when instant NGP became really hot and Luma and all this kind of stuff, you can make your own 3D scans of your phone. But what if we go to, for those, again, old farts in computer vision, phototourism, right? Like people imagine, like people are taking all these pictures and then you do a big structure from motion problem and you reconstruct the collision and all this kind of stuff, right? Blew people's minds at the time. Now imagine if instead of pictures, it's NeRFs, right? Everybody collects a NeRF on their phone. And now can you do phototourism, implicit version, the NeRF version of phototourism? That could be cool. And so the problem here becomes, how do I merge multiple different networks that are implicit representations of space? And so we did this paper called NeRF User, where we did this kind of different things, like very baby version, in Office, and you have like small overlap between fields of views, etc. But that could be like, not necessarily a product, but that would be a new category of things you can do that you couldn't do as easily before, potentially. But it's a bit like hammer looking for nails. So I don't know if I would invest in this own idea that I just said.
Maybe I can give an old fart take, which is that I think we've seen a lot of neural fields for content creation. But actually, I think content creation is almost more challenging than neural fields for robotics, because in the content creation space, people are expecting a very specific type of output, which is things like textured meshes of a very specific kind of representation, topology, and so on. Actually, in robotics domains, you don't have these constraints. You're looking at things that are more like end-to-end reasoning and querying out of a scene representation and so on. I think actually there's a lot of potential for these kinds of applications.
Thank you for tying it back to robotics. All right, we're a little bit over time. I apologize. It is 5 p.m. local time. So let's please thank our speakers and panelists again. Thank you very, very much. All right, so that wraps up the 2024 RoboNerF workshop. Thank you all so much for attending. This has been really well attended. I really appreciate it. And I hope you all have a lovely rest of your time here in Japan.
And thank the organizer. Organizing a workshop is a lot of work.
Yes, I personally take all the credit.
Thanks a lot.
Last man standing.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, everybody.